How's everyone doing this morning?
Very good.
Do I really need a microphone, or can y'all hear me?
I was told never to have a cold mic coming into an event, right? So we gotta warm this bad boy up. All right. How y'all doing this morning? Wonderful. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Marla Mateen. I serve as the Executive Director for the Cal Cities African American Caucus. And I hope that you all had a wonderful weekend and that today you gained an insight perspective on the multiple discussions involving social equity throughout the state of California. So we titled this From Prohibition to Progress, to raise the issues that our social equity applicants, our regulators, everyone involved in the cannabis industry are faced with. And we hope that today we take away some key perspectives that will allow for us to set measurable goals, action items, and accountability measures, right? So I now have the pleasure of introducing the City of Citrus Heights Council Member and President of the Cal Cities African American Caucus, Portia Middleton, to provide opening remarks.
Thank you. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Marla, and welcome to the California Cities African American Caucus first Social Equity in Cannabis Seminar. From Prohibition to Progress. First off, I have a lot of thank yous that we need to give out for folks who really helped pull this together. I'd like to thank Senator Bracker's office, Precision Advocacy, the Department of Cannabis Control, the Sanctuary, Gorilla RX and Wellness, Super Noble Women, the Sickle Cell Foundation of Orange County, the Law Office of Josiah Young, the Economic and Workforce Development Office in the City of Oakland, and the City and County of San Francisco. We wanted to take the initiative to bring forth the conversation with the Compassionate Use Act of 1996, which made California the first state to legalize the use of medicinal cannabis. Fast forward 20 years to 2016, and through the Adult Use of Marijuana Act, California residents have had the freedom to purchase cannabis products at any licensed dispensary. Cities and counties have used that tax revenue to rebuild our communities, to invest in education, to invest in our children and our communities. And it's essential that we continue to provide this programming and this revenue for all these things that bring good economic growth and good paying jobs. But the progress itself has not been without challenges. So we're excited to take the leading role and focus on the intersection of cannabis, social equity, and justice. Today, we will delve into the complexities of the cannabis industry, its profound implications for marginalized communities, in addition to identifying the challenges of the industry as it pertains to social equity. It's imperative that we create space for a call to action and identify opportunities surrounding cannabis legalization and its impact on social justice. Personally speaking as a council member in Citrus Heights and seeing the opportunities that my sister sitting next door, Sac City, has been able to do in the beautiful city, that growth has been tremendous. To watch local cannabis dispensaries become unionized has been beneficial. To watch women of color, like from the Sanctuary, be able to rise up and have management roles in those organizations is impactful. And we have to ensure we can go on forward and continue to support these initiatives and make sure that we are also leading the groundwork and the framework for our future generations to come. So thank you all so much for being here this morning. I deeply appreciate it, and we'll get this conversation started.
All right. Thank you, Portia. Thank you so much. Now we are on with our program. We're so excited to welcome our first panel discussion to kick things off with Nicole Elliott, the Director of the Department of Cannabis Control, and Amy O'Gorman Jenkins, the President of Precision Advocacy and and legislative advocate for the California Cannabis Industry Association. As director of the DCC, Nicole Elliott leads 11 divisions that help cannabis operators get licensed, stay in compliance, and learn about new regulations. Their mission is to advance and facilitate a well-regulated legal market that benefits all Californians. Prior to becoming the department director, Ms. Elliott served as senior advisor on cannabis for the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. Amy O'Gorman Jenkins is a highly regarded lobbyist who has advocated for cities, counties, and the cannabis industry throughout her career. While serving as chief of staff for the state senator Lou Correa, Ms. O'Gorman was instrumental in developing the original regulatory framework for medicinal cannabis in California. She is the founder and president of Precision Advocacy, which advocates on behalf of a number of clients, including the California Cannabis Industry Association. Please welcome Nicole Elliott and Amy O'Gorman Jenkins.
So I really need to get the screenshot. Actually, that's happening. For headshot. So are we holding these? Thank you, Mara. Thank you. So.
Testing.
Can you all hear me? Okay. Great. So Nicole and I just kind of improvised in the back. I think we'll start, Marla, with my slides, which is the policy overview. And we're gonna probably keep this pretty conversational. So I told Nicole just jump in and say whatever she wants.
This is great. I get a peanut gallery from the chair next door.
She may not like what I actually know. We'll see if it's all accurate. We'll see if it's all accurate. So anyway, it's always a delight to be with Nicole on stage, and thank you all for being here today. I just thought for the benefit of the audience, we would just start. I'm trying to figure out where, oh, wait, right there. Wait, right there. Where's the?
Where do we read this?
Oh, behind you. Oh, behind us. Oh, that is that the first slide? No? All right, let's go back. All right. Is that you? That's you and not me, okay. That helps. So just kind of a quick overview. I always like to kind of level set and just start with the by the numbers figure. So in terms of the California cannabis industry, since 2018, when we implemented the adult use framework, lights went on. Since that time, we've collected roughly $2.6 billion from excise tax revenue, $2.1 from sales tax, and $501.2 million from cultivation tax, which was actually eliminated in July of 2022, thanks to the good work of the governor and to Nicole and her team.
And Amy as well, and everybody who advocated for it.
Fair enough, providing much needed relief. But all in all, we've generated about $5.2 billion. I always, not to be gloom and doom, but we are seeing our numbers go down. We've seen about a 15% increase as tax revenue peaked in 2021, and then that also applies to taxable sales. Employment, we currently employ, based on the bank's job report, which is a report that comes out roughly every late winter, early spring. The legal industry employs about 79,000 full-time workers. It's down over prior years, but it's still, obviously, we're a huge economic driver in authorizing jurisdictions. But we do still have a pretty robust illicit market. Roughly 2/3 of cannabis is still purchased in the illicit market, though there's a lot of enforcement efforts underway to try to address that, including some very recent actions, which we'll cover in the subsequent slide. So next one, Mary. This is just a general history. There's been a lot of bills. In fact, we average, I think the peak time, I think, was in 2019, 2020, we saw 62 bills introduced in California on cannabis policy. However, these are really the highlights that I would note, beginning with the passage of Prop 215 in 1996. Then you saw the Medical Marijuana Program Act approved in 2000. 2004. This really established the dispensary model that we saw pre-legalization. In 2015, we passed the MMRSA, Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act, and then 2016, we approved Prop 64, the Adult Use of Marijuana Act, and then we've subsequently seen a number of policy changes, including consolidation of the medicinal and adult use framework, and then a number of trailer bills aimed at consolidating the 3 prior licensing entities into the DCC, which then will administers and oversees, and then I wrapped it up with the major tax reform efforts that we approved with AB 195, which was tax reform, establish a number of tax credits we'll talk about. Anything to add?
Honestly, there's so many little dots you can sprinkle across that timeline. I think that hits the high notes.
Yeah. Okay, next slide. And thank you, Mary, for doing this. So I added here a history of social equity policy in California. And again, this doesn't in any way capture all the good work that's done to promote equity. And by the way, I'll make sure you all have these slides for those that want them. But these are the real highlights, beginning with the California Cannabis Equity Act approved in 2018. This was, believe it or not, a real tough bill to approve. It was Senator Bradford, who will be here later today, was instrumental in authoring this and championing it through the legislature. But at that particular time, I think it's important to share that there wasn't a lot of support. There was not a lot of support for equity. And in fact, as Yvette knows, I've talked about it many times, it was a big fight garnering sufficient votes to pass. People just weren't, and the legislature just weren't invested in equity. And what's fascinating as we continue to progress over a relatively short period of time, we have seen significant bipartisan support for social equity efforts in the state capitol. So we went from having to vote, I think we were 17 votes short on the assembly floor to get the Equity Act passed, to these bills passing nearly unanimously. And so we've seen a lot of things, the equity waiver program. There's also been funding appropriated in the budget, $30 million in 2022. Again, AB 195 established a cannabis equity tax credit, as well as allowed equity retailers to retain a portion of their excise tax. And then we saw SB 51 in 2023 that I was very proud to work on with Kika Keith, who's over here hiding in the back. And that was a bill to extend the provisional license program. I'm sure Nicole, you were thrilled, but to extend the provisional license program so that equity retailers could continue to qualify for receipt of a provisional license while they work towards achieving full annual licensure. Would you like to chime in?
I sure would on that one. Thank you so much. No, I mean, on the provisional licensing issue, the governor did issue a signing statement with that bill, which really encouraged the legislature to think about long-term, meaningful changes to the overall licensing and regulatory framework that can support addressing why there is a need for provisional licenses in the first place. And to date, we haven't seen that action really occur in the legislature. So my hope is that even though that signing statement occurred with SB 51 last year, that the message is not lost as the legislature starts to think about what type of bills they want to look at going into this next year, because that need still exists. And I think, we've got a number of representatives in this room who know deeply the pain points of local jurisdiction programs and the way that interrelates with the state program. And I think they have some good examples that they can hold up for our friends in the legislature to help resolve. Giving you this. So that's what I'll say. Not that provisional licensing is bad, but an annual license has privileges that a provisional license doesn't. And the opinion that I hold is that everybody should have access to those privileges equally, and we need to streamline that access for all operators, including equity operators.
Great, thank you. I wanted to pivot so you would add to that, so I'm glad it worked. No, I appreciate that, and we have been trying collectively to explore ways to reform our licensing system, but have been challenged by funding, state funding, as well as just a general understanding among the legislature that we're getting there. Chipping away. Next slide, please. So I wanted to talk briefly about this because this really sets the stage for what is going to be a very significant, robust conversation in the Capitol later this year, or actually I shouldn't say this year, in 2025. But a lot of people don't understand how our current tax funds are allocated, and I think it's just important to remind folks this is all pursuant to Proposition 64. What we have is essentially 3 tiers or 3 buckets where the cannabis tax revenues are allocated, and I'm oversimplifying this. There's a lot of sub-accounts, but this is what is stipulated in 64 and also in our statutes. So Tier 1. The Tier 1 bucket covers administrative costs capped at 4%. It used to be, and Nicole can probably speak to this better, it used to be that the Tier 1 bucket essentially paid for the program to work. And now you are largely paid or funded through fees.
Yeah, Tier 1 is really focused on specific departments throughout the state and their role in administering, commercial cannabis, regulating commercial cannabis activity, enforcing the illegal activity, remediating the environment, those types of things. Tier 1 really seeks to cover a lot of those costs. The department was nixed from that tier, I want to say 2 years ago. Yeah, so the department is fully fee funded at this point.
And then the second tier 2 is it's a 25 million. It's embedded in 64. We can't change it until 2028. But this funds various programming, university research, higher control funding to assess DUI impairment and how to measure impairment in a way that is appropriate, because obviously cannabis stays in your system, so there's funding for that. There are community reinvestment grants as part of that allocation, and then medical cannabis research. So that is a static appropriation, happens every year in the Budget Act, until such time as the legislature elects to change it, and they can begin those discussions in 2028. And then the third tier is remaining funds, and this is the bulk of cannabis tax revenue, and it's divided 60-20-20 split. So 60% goes to youth programming, including a substantial amount for childcare slots. You see 20% for environmental protection, and then 20% for law enforcement. Now, I would note in that 20% bucket, there is a program, the Prop 64, the full name, but it's a program within the Board of State and Community Corrections for local governments that authorize cultivation or retail can tap into funding to address various needs within their jurisdictions that fall into 4 different buckets, whether it's substance use or youth programming, again, enforcement, but that's a grant fund that's available to local jurisdictions. Next slide. So I wanted to put this in because, again, I'm pivoting to emerging issues. So you saw how the tax funds are allocated. We have seen some declines. Again, we peaked in Q2 of 2021, and we've seen some general declines. I would note some of that is associated with the elimination of the cultivation tax, but we are seeing excise tax go down. So that is a chart that really kind of measures that. So you see excise tax in yellow, total cannabis tax in purple, and then the green is sales tax. And hopefully I got that chart right. Next slide, please. So ongoing issues. So what you continually will hear from the industry are essentially 3 major issues, one of which is really being tackled as we speak, but high taxes, limited retail access, and then illicit market. So these are common themes that the industry has been grappling with and trying to push forward various changes in the legislature over the years. I would note in terms of limited retail access, that is probably one of the biggest challenges, because Prop 64 was very clear that we have a system in which you cannot be permitted in the state to conduct commercial cannabis activity unless the jurisdiction approves. And right now, 62% of jurisdictions still ban retail. I'll cover the rest in some ongoing slides, unless you'd like to add something here. Casey?
Oh, no, I mean, I will say, The Department of Cannabis Control has a map on our website. I think you guys are probably all aware of it, that shows where licensed activity is and is not allowed. You'll see there's a lot of red on that map. And that's something that we would really like to see change in the state of California. And the access issue is a major issue. It's an issue for market stability, but more importantly, it's an issue for consumer safety. You have a robust illegal market in the state of California. It's been here long before the regulated market was in existence. And it feeds not only the state, it feeds a lot of the nation. And so there are capabilities within that illegal market to feed these consumers products, but these products are not regulated for safety. And so for consumer safety, it's an issue. And then lastly, I'll just add, for the businesses that want to be legitimate in those jurisdictions, it is also continued prohibition for those businesses and the individuals who would like to have a pathway to be regulated and legal. So we would love to see the rest of the state come on board.
And just so you know, I've learned, I've noted, I've seen something in my PowerPoint. We will note that this did come from the DCC. I pulled that off their website yesterday. So that is the up-to-date map that is provided to you from the DCC. You can also sort that map, so in a way where you can see different commercial cannabis activity. In this particular instance, this map just reflects jurisdictions that authorize retail, which is the green. So I talked about those three issues: high taxes, retail access, illicit market. We just elaborate a little bit in this slide. This is actually somewhat dated. There's a slide that's coming up that'll talk a little bit more about illicit market. But one of the things that really took center stage this year in the Capitol was the issue of intoxicating hemp, or hemp that contains high levels of THC. We've seen a significant proliferation in those products, and what you've seen is, as those products continue to reach the market, we've seen a decline in cannabis retail sales in licensed dispensaries. So the issue of intoxicating hemp in particular was a very, very significant conversation piece in the legislature, and a lot of work has been done actually very, very recently to try to curb the spread or the proliferation of these products. I'll have you know that these products have, until very recently, or until happening in real time, are now being pulled from shelves, but are being found in Total Wine and More and a lot of traditional retail outlets. And so a lot of work is being done to address intoxicating hemp, and you'll see that in the subsequent slide. Next one, Mary. So proposed solutions. So these are, again, ongoing issues that don't address equity specifically, but they address the entirety of the legal cannabis system. So when I'm lobbying in the Capitol, again, tax reform always is front and center stage in terms of reducing our taxes. Retail expansion, we've been consistently trying to develop programs both through legislation as well as just general outreach jurisdiction by jurisdiction to incentivize locals to permit legal cannabis. By way of legislation, and I won't get too far into the weeds on this, but there was a significant amount of money, $100 million, that was set aside in 2022 to expand retail in jurisdictions by providing seed money to establish retail programs. Some of that money was actually clawed back very recently because a lot of jurisdictions didn't take advantage of it, unfortunately. But we continue to try to develop ways with the support of the department and the governor and our legislative partners to incentivize jurisdictions. But I can't stress enough, and Nicole said it very well, if you are not authorizing retail in your jurisdiction, you are essentially allowing an underground market that is selling unsafe, untested products to those consumers. And in terms of enforcement and education, again, you see a lot of bills in the legislature aimed at enforcing against both illicit cannabis operations as well as illicit hemp. And you'll see more of that going forward. Next slide. So this one's fun. I really tried to get a still watching the video yesterday of Nicole, who would have been at the very far right of the products you see there in the picture, but this was actually pulled from a YouTube video very, very recently. In fact, it was very excited. It's Christmas morning on Friday morning when the governor announced the promulgation of emergency regulations on hemp. So again, this has been a significant issue for our cannabis retail partners. So what these regulations do is they would propose a ban on all hemp products containing intoxicating THC, and this is a detect, non-detect. It sets a minimum age of 21 to purchase non-intoxicating hemp products. It limits per package to 5 milligrams, and it expands the list of intoxicating cannabinoids. The public comment period, I think, commenced, was it Friday or today?
No, it will not be today. It is noticed, at this point I'm looking at my GC because he knows the timeline very well. It was noticed, so it will officially be filed, I believe, later this week, if I'm not mistaken.
But this was a huge, much appreciated development on Friday, and I strongly encourage you to watch the press conference. I don't think I've ever seen the governor so fired up about the fact that these products are readily available to minors, creating a huge public health and safety risk, but also at the expense of our legal operators who are selling safe, tested, quality products that are taxed.
And I'll add the communities that tax revenue is reinvested into.
Well said. Next slide, please. So this, I'm shifting gears. This is all pending legislation that is pending action by the governor. I shouldn't say all, but it's a good snapshot. So these are bills that made it to the governor's desk. You've got a bill that would extend the compassionate care program an additional 5 years. This is for donated medicinal cannabis products. You have an on-site consumption bill that you've probably seen a lot in the press that would allow cannabis retailers and jurisdictions where on-site consumption is permitted to sell packaged food and beverages and host live entertainment. There's a bill by Senator Bradford around demographic information. This is entirely voluntary, but it would direct the DCC to collect demographic data on license holders, including race, gender, income, and veteran status. It would direct a consumer bill that would allow small farmers to sell directly to consumers at special events. Advertising and labeling, this is an Ashby bill. This one took a lot of work, but I was very grateful to the author, but this would extend all of our child packaging and advertising prohibitions and standards to illicit cannabis and hemp, and allow local DAs and prosecutorial agencies to pursue legal action if there are findings of violations against our youth advertising mandates. In terms of licensing reform, there's a bill to create a combined license activity, or combined activities license, excuse me. And then Bradford has a bill that would ensure that the 15% excise tax is based on gross receipts and does not capture local taxes imposed. This was an issue that came out of the city of Los Angeles. So that's kind of a snapshot. We're waiting for the governor to review these bills. He has until September 30th to sign or veto. Is there anything you'd like to add here? Anything I missed? Next slide. So in terms of ongoing and emerging issues, I mentioned earlier that there's a lot of conversation around taxation. I think I emphasized that in a few slides. And I did that because AB 195, that was our major tax reform bill approved in 2022, provided crucial tax relief by zeroing out the cultivation tax and then freezing the excise tax. However, this bill did provide authorization for the legislature in the 2025 Budget Act, that would be July of 2025, to increase our taxes up to 19%. So as you can well imagine, the legal industry is going to be focused on preventing the legislature from raising our taxes, but there is that ability, and there is calculations that CBTFA has to provide to the legislature to inform that decision. So anticipate a lot of conversation around this piece as we go into the 2025 legislative year.
I have nothing to add other than I know that is coming, so I am very much looking forward to that conversation on our end as well.
Next slide. So other emerging issues, so that, where's my Kika shell? I warned her, I found a picture of the LA Times, which I noted, but wanted to get Kika in here since she's been such a champion. So, in terms of the equity grant program, which we noted earlier in the slides, it was SB 1294. That bill, every year there's been an ongoing appropriation of 15 million or more, depending on the budget year. But there was no funding allocated for that program in the 2024 Budget Act. And so we need to make sure that that funding continues to be allocated so that grants are available to local jurisdictions that can provide support to retail cannabis, equity operators in those jurisdictions. So far, I did the calculation. I was surprised we have invested about 95 million into that program, and money has gone out in 4 different rounds, with a subsequent round, I think 15 million should be allocated soon. But we need to be working on ensuring that there is funding in the budget in the 2025 Act to continue to support that programming in jurisdictions. And I do know that there's a lot of conversation about trying to increase that funding. And I'll say that I think that's a very appropriate ask to make of the legislature, but we are going into another year where we're expected to see shortfalls, but it's something I think the equity community will likely want to focus on.
I'll add to that a little bit. So I do want to acknowledge the work that went into making sure that that grant program was created, was funded, and was administered by Caucus. And I know a number of the people in this room participated in that, and Senator Bradford was a leader on that front as well. There was also a fee waiver program that was funded when the state had a lot more cash on hand, $30 million, that supported the Department of Cannabis Control's administration of that fee waiver and deferral program. Thank you.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Exactly where I was going.
Go
And that money has been depleted. But what we heard from operators was that the program as it was set up, and I want to acknowledge Deputy Director Eugenia Hilsman's leadership on this program, the development of this program, was that it was very easy to navigate, very effective in providing operators simple access to licensure, which is direct money back into their pockets, because that is money that they are not spending on licensing fee. So the ease of administration of that program, the removal of sort of as much bureaucracy as possible and ensuring that those funds are retained by equity operators is noteworthy. And I think that program deserves to be refunded. So as we're all thinking about advocacy in the next year, I do hope that there's a conversation about whether or not a revenue source can be identified to continue that program in perpetuity. Department of Finance would probably kill me for saying that.
You're in good company. You're in good company here. Next slide, please, Mary. Thank you. So this is just and again, this is more of a broader snapshot, but we talked about hemp. I'm kind of seeing Yvette over there, because Yvette always says we talk too much about hemp, but it is something that we will be discussing this coming year, and that is integration. And the reason that's important from a retailer perspective is a lot of our cannabis manufacturers have observed and have actually, a lot of them have done away with a lot of high CBD medicinal products. And one of the reasons behind that is it's become increasingly difficult to source CBD and other non-intoxicating cannabinoids from cannabis. A lot of growers like to grow high THC, high potency flowers. So what we've seen is a challenge in sourcing quality CBD from our cannabis cultivators. And we do have many that are still producing it, but it's much more expensive to acquire these days. So one of the concepts behind integration would be to allow cannabis manufacturers to source CBD, rich CBD, from hemp, and incorporate that into cannabis products. There's a lot of benefits to that. First off, it's much less expensive. But what we also anticipate is what that could do is it could create a situation where we see an uptick in the production of those products because they just become increasingly more expensive to manufacture. In talking to cannabis manufacturers, they're estimating anywhere between a 22 to 35% reduction in cost associated with those final products. And again, what we hope to achieve with integration is to see more of those products come back online. And so integration is going to be a topic of discussion going into next year. And I will note it was discussed this year, but that bill failed to move forward. And so we're going to be focused again on that topic in 2025.
And I'll add that the governor's office did engage heavily in that conversation in the legislature this year. Not always do you have a 44-page technical assistance document dropped on your desk to support how a bill could be amended in a way that the administration would like to see. So it created a blueprint for the way that the state could deal with integration in a way that, in my opinion, for the department is enforceable and prioritizes consumer safety. And those two things were really important for us as we were thinking through what that framework could look like. How can we enforce it fairly and equitably? And how can we make sure that consumers are safe all around, whether they're consuming that product in the state of California or whether that product is created in California and sent across state lines to other consumers.
Slide, please. So another issue we've probably been tracking is testing and testing integrity. There was a bill that aimed to provide additional tools for the DCC to address testing and ensure that the products that are being tested by our licensed testing labs are safe and that those testing labs are meeting all of the appropriate testing requirements. That bill, unfortunately, also did not move this year in the legislature, so our expectation is to come back and work on bills to, again, improve testing integrity and give the DCC the appropriate tools to ensure that that happens.
And I just want to give a shout out to Assemblymember John Sawyer for his work in collaboration with the department on that bill. We were very disappointed to see that bill not make it out of appropriations in the Senate. And we have been working really closely with Assemblymember John Sawyer on technical assistance to enhance the department's enforcement capabilities through that bill, in particular as it relates to product safety and lab accountability for labs that are not abiding by the regulatory standards. So we were deeply disappointed to see that bill die.
And I can say with absolute certainty it's coming back. So I wanted to give Yvette a little shout out here and Kika because as we look at other options aside from the high level issues that I talked about from an emerging issues perspective, I think this document is still very relevant, Yvette. So just again to note, Yvette McDowell, who's sitting over there, she championed with Deanna and others that are here today, a California Cannabis Equity Accountability Report. It was issued in the fall of 2021, but again, I would say that a lot of the key recommendations are still appropriate and issue areas that the equity community should contemplate as we're going into the 2025 legislative season. So I pulled, again, some of the key recommendations that came out of this report. These are both recommendations for state as well as local jurisdictions to contemplate. So increasing access to capital, simplifying licensing as we've tried to achieve a little bit this year with SB 1064, additional technical support to equity businesses, community reinvestment. This is a key piece as we're contemplating how those tax revenue dollars can be reallocated in 2028, which again, as I mentioned previously, is the first year we can reallocate and rethink how cannabis tax revenues are allocated, promoting shared resources, and then track and improve programming. So I pulled those directly from the report. I still, again, feel those are very valid policy areas for the equity community to contemplate.
as we continue to trip away and try to improve the outcomes for equity applicants and licensees. So thank you, Yvette and Deanna and everybody else who worked so hard to put that document together. Again, I still find it to be very relevant in a lot of the policy debates and discussions we're having both at the state and local level.
And I'll just lift up really fast. I know that this is probably going to be a topic of discussion with Eugene as well, but the department through Eugene has been doing some great work in partnership with a number of operators in the equity community related to promising practices in local jurisdictions across the state. As we know, we've got, Oakland started the wave of equity programs, local equity programs, and we have seen as other jurisdictions have adopted these programs, some really great practices that the jurisdictions are implementing. And so Eugene's been doing some great work with the department to lift up those practices and share them out more broadly. So as you guys do that exercise, I encourage you to lean on that resource as well.
So that kind of concludes the PowerPoint. Nicole has a whole host of other information you may or may not want to provide that's a little bit more specific, but are there any questions so far that you would like to ask? And I don't know, Marla, how much time we have.
I can grab the mic if there's any questions.
Hi, Kika.
After looking at the audit for the local equity grant program, and to look at the mismanagement and lack of oversight that is happening with the local jurisdictions, I'm curious what is being done from the DCC side of things for the oversight, for the lack of implementation of a lot of these local jurisdictions and how they use these funds over probably 3 or 4 years, and what are corrective actions that are going to be taken to these jurisdictions.
Thank you for that question. I think you're referring to the state auditor report that came out a few weeks ago related to the implementation of the local jurisdiction assistance program. And that program was $100 million that was provided to the department to grant out to 17 local jurisdictions, cities and counties across the state that held the highest number of provisional licenses, in particular legacy, small, and equity businesses across the state in 2021. So to provide some context about where we were in 2021, we had an enormous amount of provisional licenses, you might recall. And so there was some concerns around the timelines by which those provisional licenses were being sunsetted. So the state did a couple of things. The state put in place a provisional licensing phase out in the Business and Professions Code that talked about how provisional licenses needed to meet additional requirements, in particular related to CEQA, every year until they start phasing out now into next year. Concurrent to that, this grant program was created to support local governments and operators, because it provided an allowance for a pass-through in attaining the resources necessary to meet those higher levels of compliance, in particular, highest and best use related to CEQA compliance. So it was really envisioned to help locals process those licenses, review the environmental analyses, and then pass funding through to applicants, to provisional license holders to mitigate those environmental consequences. That's an example. So the department was also created at the exact same time, you might recall. And so what we did was we folded 3 programs into the department, the legacy programs, and that did not come with a grant management office. So what we did as a department was we stood up that office as fast as we could. We took that $100 million, and as the legislature dictated in the statute, where it's explicitly stated, we issued those dollars quickly and only after engaging all 17 of those jurisdictions to figure out how they would best be situated to utilize those funds. One of the things we heard was that expeditious funding was necessary to support them moving swiftly. So we gave out 80% of those funds to those 17 jurisdictions. The audit that took place in, I think, early 2022 is when it kicked off, I want to say. It all blurs together. The last 4 years have been one big blur. And it was a moment in time. So what you read in that audit for the department was about what was happening at that moment in time. And they did mention they issued a management letter to the department, which we took very seriously, and we course corrected on a number of things to make sure that we had best practices in place for issuing and administering grants. We had sufficient staff in place to support that. So much of what you read in that audit I consider stale. The department is in a much better place right now in administering those funds. I can't, to the jurisdictions that you call out, the department is working closely with all of the jurisdictions to manage those funds. There are continuing amendment requests to modify local programs to meet the funding, to try and get those funds out faster and more effectively. And that's going to run all the way through the first quarter of 2025 to make sure we're maxing that out. But where there is insufficient evidence for the department to know that those dollars were spent appropriately for the purposes they were intended, those funds, we can claw those back. And we anticipate in some of those jurisdictions we will. But some jurisdictions are feeling that pain point for the proof, right? The evidence that those funds are going to be spent and are spent in the appropriate way. And that's all part of best practices. This is an ongoing audit now. We will be audited in cycles. So I just had an entrance conference with the state auditor last week to begin this next round. So it is something that the best practices are something that we are folding into our procedures at this point moving forward, and that will be felt by everybody. It's felt by us. It's more burdensome for sure, and it will be felt by local jurisdictions if it hasn't yet already.
First, I want to thank both of you for being on this panel and providing information. I have a lot of questions to ask. Don't know if we have the time, but I'm going to start. You know, one of the things that I want to respond to, Nicole, is what you said about bringing more jurisdictions on board for the regulated industry, and I agree wholeheartedly with you. However, at the same time, we need to fix what we already have before we bring other jurisdictions into the fold. Because most times from what I've seen since being in this space, 2017, we have the blind leading the blind, trying to help each other. Phone calls are being made, because I know I've seen those, been part of some of those happening, where jurisdictions are trying to figure out what they need to do without any roadmap. So we have to put the mechanisms in place in order for these folks to know you're taking employees who never dealt with this at all. They don't have a clue as to what they're doing. And so they're doing the best they can. I give them much grace because they simply don't know. You will hear comments from them, I wasn't hired to do this. I don't know what's going on. And they're absolutely right. They don't know. So it's incumbent upon us to make sure they have the tools that they need to move forward and put truly great programs together in order to help those who are trying to enter the space. So that's the first thing. The second thing, on slide 8, you talked about tax fund allocation. Because so many of us work on numbers, I see a lot of percentages. And I know from where I come from as a former prosecutor, I work on facts. I work on numbers. And when I see numbers put up, and by the Department of Finance coming out with so much money allocated to enforcement dollars, to the tune maybe of $160 million or so, then I see all of this money allocated to youth programming, which I'm all for youth programming. I work with youth programs. And then I see the pennies given to social equity. That makes absolutely no sense to me at all. So if we break that down into dollars, and I look at $160 million going to enforcement, I look at maybe $60 to $80 million going to these programs, and then I see $15 million, 1.5, going to social equity. Jumping up to maybe 30 million one year, back down to 15. Where is the parity in that money? In particular, when you have social equity, retail businesses being revenue generating establishments, enforcement, they're not really generating revenue. You know, I've worked with law enforcement for over 15 years, and I know what they do. Youth programs are not generating any revenue. So what are we going to do to bring parity to social equity and get those monies that have been expended in areas that, yes, it's necessary to combat the illicit market, but you have to bring about programs that are going to thrive and survive. And the only way these jurisdictions are going to do that is to be able to put programs together that provides the right type of technical assistance and not just pick from everybody else because they're doing that and this may look good. That's not the way you build programs. But without structure in place, a framework that they can work from, these programs are going to continue to fail as they're doing. Social equity right now is in trouble in a big way. I cannot sugarcoat it. I just have to bring it to the table as it is. They're in trouble big time because they're not being adequately trained. You're taking people who've come from an unregulated market that don't know much about a regulated market and trying to ask them to survive in that instance. It is not going to happen unless they are properly trained with that. So we really need to know in terms of fund allocation, what does that really mean in numbers? Show us some numbers. That's what we want to see. And who determines how this money is distributed? Who says law enforcement, you're going to get 80%. Youth programs, you're going to get 60%. Social equity, you're going to get 15%. Who makes those decisions? And we really are here to help, but we're here to ask some really hard questions and get some answers, because this is what we need. We want to be at the table to talk about these things, to help you as a DCC put these things in place, to help you as the DCC structure some of these programs and make it work so we can have a robust cannabis industry that looks like everybody in this room and start generating tax revenue that the state wants to see. But we can't do it unless there is an initial investment and the follow-up accountability of what's happening here. So I'm going to leave it at that because, like I said, I have a whole lot of questions that I want to ask, and I'm just going to stop right here and give you a chance to respond.
I appreciate that. That was a lot. So let me see if I can quickly respond to a couple of those things. As it relates to existing jurisdictions that have pathways and those that don't, and the need to address the challenges in the existing space and the need to bring on new businesses in the currently prohibition space, I would say those are not mutually exclusive exercises. Those should happen at the same time. For those jurisdictions that need to stand up those programs, do they license retail already? Do they license manufacturing already? Do they license cultivation, agriculture, indoor cultivation already? And it shouldn't be that hard because they know how to permit, they know how to license, and they have a department who's willing to provide them technical assistance. And as it relates to a local program and setting up a local program, which I myself had the honor of doing in San Francisco. I see my colleagues here. Good to see you guys. I leaned on Oakland, and Oakland gave me a lot of really good advice about how we can create resources proactively to support our local equity businesses and make sure that they had the resources they needed in partnership with a number of other really helpful advocates in the city and county of San Francisco. The Bar Association being one example of those. So I do think that there's a lot of lessons that the state can provide, but also local jurisdictions are pulling from each other, and that's beautiful work, and I think that represents the local network that's been established through these local equity programs and the administrators of those programs. And then lastly, I'll flag that, or I'll highlight and lift up what Amy said earlier around the tax allocation structure. As it currently stands, that structure does have components that reinvest or invest into cannabis businesses, and it also has components that invest into communities. It is not isolated to only cannabis when we're thinking about reinvesting. But in the conversation that you want to have around parity, I'll point to the fact that when the people voted for Prop 64, they voted for that allocation structure and the specifics, and it is a pretty specific revenue structure. They also put in place a trigger in 2028 to allow the legislature to consider what that should look like moving forward, to be responsive to the issues that you're bringing up here, with a few small exceptions, which I believe include that community reinvestment bucket and maintaining that at $50 million annually, year over year. So I do think that there is space for that conversation. And the only other thing I'll point to is to the equity program, the grant program on the state side. When Senator Bradford put in place that framework in 2018, it is statutory. It's a statutory framework in Business and Professions Code, and I do think that there's space to modify that framework even before 2028 to address some of the pain points that you point out. So those are just a few things that I'll lift up in response to those comments and concerns, and I appreciate you highlighting all of those things.
And just one quick thing to add, and it's always hard to follow Nicole, but one quick thing I'll add is there was some legislation, albeit I think it was probably a bit premature for the legislature, but Reggie Jones Sawyer who's also our testing integrity author, he did put forward a bill, I believe it was AB 1525, back I think in 2022. And it was a little ahead of its time in that it already sought to establish or put a stake in the ground as it relates to a conversation around funding equity, the equity grant program through cannabis tax fund monies. That bill was ultimately held in appropriations, but I think his point was to really begin that conversation. And what that bill would have done, and I think what I would anticipate you would say is it wasn't sufficient funding, but it did say that beginning in fiscal year 2028, you could essentially use, or there would be 15 million set aside for the grant program in perpetuity, using again cannabis tax fund revenues. I anticipate that we'll begin to see additional legislation again as we get closer to that timeline, and I think that is absolutely an action item that the equity community should be contemplating and figuring out how to advocate for as we go into 2025, 2026, with essentially two sessions, two-tier sessions before that change in the tax framework can be entertained. And so I think those conversations need to begin now.
I want to take my liberties. I hear 2028, and it brings to picture the business that are failing right now today. I represent my share of social equity applicants. I negotiated for them. I mediated for them. I've even worked with the investors. I've seen so much happen in this space that is heartbreaking to see, very heartbreaking. $15 million is nothing. When it comes down to 28 jurisdictions, you're trying to divide $15 million amongst these jurisdictions. That is nothing. Just putting technical support programs together, the real technical support programs that are needed for these folks, is costly. I'm working with the County of Los Angeles right now and helping put their social equity program together along with my partner Key. And what we are attempting to get them to do in order to bring some real technical support that is going to prepare that person to put that key in the door, turn it to their retail establishment, and know what to do when they step through, which is going to include hands-on training, really knowing what it's like to go into a dispensary. All the systems and structures that need to be in place prior to, understanding the lingo, on and on and on, how to work with vendors, all of this stuff. This is not being taught. These people are not being trained on this stuff. And again, it is costly. You need to find the right people who can train people to do what needs to be done. But again, it costs. The county needs more money for their program to do it, and they cry to us all the time. We know what it takes, and we tell them it's going to cost. If you want to see individuals successful in their business, learn how to operate with investors, learn to do what needs to be done, it's going to be cost. And because the DCC, through you guys' promises, that you're going to support these jurisdictions, provide resources that are needed, this is what we need to see. We need to step up. We need for you to step up and really help these folks do what needs to be done. You know, I've seen all the model programs put on the website, blah, 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 blah. But it doesn't give the framework that's needed for these folks. It gives you a shell. But that's about it. So
I hear resources, and I just want to reiterate that the department is fee funded. Every licensed business pays for the department and no one else. So when we think about the source of these fundings, right, as we think about if there's a need, where that funding comes from, that's where I encourage you guys to focus that energy, in particular as we were talking about the fee waiver program, because otherwise, the department is pulling directly from the same industry. So it is a fee-funded department, and by statute, we are required to take those fees and use them to administer. So we are in a pretty small sandbox when it comes to the things that we do with that funding. And so that's just an important flag for that conversation, policy advisor.
Good afternoon. Thank you both for being here. Very, very pleased to be in front of both of you women today. So we have received some fee waivers when there was money, and then we received deferrals when there was no money. And I kind of wanted to bring up a good point that my businesses are running into, is that this fee deferral program gives you 6 months to pay with no interest and no penalties, but you cannot make monthly payments. You cannot make installment payments. You have to be able to save that chunk of money and then pay it at once. And I just wanted to ask if your department would think about doing installment payments where, a quick bookkeeping of us putting in our payments and then until we get to our application. So maybe if there is no deferral money left, there's no fee money left, and we get the deferrals, that we can continue on paying monthly for our license. Kind of like how we do with CDTFA, we pay monthly for our pre-installments. You know, it's just easier to set smaller chunks aside than it is to come up with large chunks when you're, fighting, struggling business to stay.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I think that, in part, the original structure really contemplated where we were as a department in setting up our own system, so I acknowledge that. And all regulations are subject to be reopened, so, yeah, noted.
Hello. Another thing that I'm running into as a social equity retailer is the CDTFA has this great program where it's vendor compensation. And for us to be able to receive the vendor compensation, the Department of Cannabis Control has to first give the approval. But they only like to give the approval when your application is up for renewal. So say if my Department of Cannabis Control license is now up for renewal, they don't mind doing the application to say that you're equity qualified. But if it's in the middle of your license time, and now CDTFA needs to know that you're equity approved, the Department of Cannabis Control does not like to have to go back and redo your application in the middle of your application being active to then give permission to CDTFA that yes, you are able for the vendor compensation. So I know everybody's licenses expires at different times, and our accounts are open at different times. But if somehow we can work in the future to kind of line those two programs together to where the applicants, the licensee doesn't have to go back and ask that the Department of Cannabis Control to please do another recertification that we are equity to be able to get to CDTFA would really be helpful also.
Just to be clear, you've already been deemed eligible previously, you're just doing an annual re-up of that. Okay, got it.
Yes, that's correct.
I just want to say it's such a pleasure to be here to have these conversations, to shine light on the work that's being done, the impact of the legislative conversations in the space in which we all operate, and whether that be the department or the businesses. So I appreciate everybody's time spent here participating in this conversation today, the comments provided as well, the suggestions, thank you. And just really appreciate being invited to be here and speak with you all today. Thank you guys.
All right, so we're gonna take just a few minutes. Let me get back here. Thank you so much, Amy and Nicole, for your time and your expertise. It's truly a pleasure to have you here. We are slightly ahead of schedule, hallelujah. So at this time, let's take a quick 5-minute break or less to use the restroom, grab some water, and then we're gonna come back with our second panel discussion.
He does for fun, yeah. Oh, that's great. I love that. And so what does he do now for fun? Well, he does.
I just say, yeah. I just tell people no conversation. What happened? But they're like so yeah.
All right, everyone. I'd like to call the room to order so that we can get started with our second panel discussion. If you hear the sound of my voice, clap one time. If you hear the sound of my voice, clap 2 times. Thank you. All right. So next up, we are going to take a closer look at what's happening at the city level. We're so lucky to have Eugene Hilsman with us today. Eugene serves as the Deputy Director of Equity and Inclusion for the Department of Cannabis Control, where he leads the development, implementation, and evaluation of the department's equity programs, policies, outreach efforts, and administration. The division works closely with local jurisdictions, local equity programs, state agencies, business owners, and other stakeholders to improve outcomes for California cannabis entrepreneurs and employees negatively impacted by cannabis criminalization. He will be leading a panel of local regulators talking about their experience in implementing social equity programs. With us, we have joining Greg Minor, and not the basketball player. Is that about right? Who serves as Deputy Director of Economic and Workforce Development Department for the City of Oakland. Since 2014, he has overseen the Special Activity Permits Division, including the permitting of cannabis businesses and the co-creation of the nation's first cannabis equity program. Next up, we have Nikesh Patel, who serves as the Director of the Office of Cannabis for the City and County of San Francisco. Prior to joining the Office of Cannabis, Nikesh worked with the Assistant Director, District Attorney, and member of former San Francisco District Attorney George Gaesson's Communication and Policy Team, where he supported criminal justice reform initiatives, including the effort to proactively expunge more than 9,000 cannabis-related convictions eligible for dismissal under Prop 64. Last up, we have Jeremy Schwartz, who serves as the Deputy Director for the Office of Cannabis for the City and County of San Francisco. Jeremy supports the city's social equity program designed to provide opportunities to those negatively affected by the war on drugs. So give it up for this wonderful panel. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Really excited to be here and have the opportunity to hear some pretty exciting things that are happening in local jurisdictions around California. So my name is Eugene Hillsman. Really excited to be here today. I think one of the things that I'd like to do just to help frame some of the conversation for this morning is to kind of think about how equity works in California. There are a number of different entities that need to work together. Right, so you have the Department of Cannabis Control, which issues licenses. We previously administered a fee waiver program, now administer a fee deferral program, technical assistance resources that we provide. There are also promising practices available on our website. We work with local jurisdictions, and as a part of that work, sometimes get the benefit of facilitating panels like this. But we wanted to at least acknowledge that the DCC is part of that process. The Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development is a part of that process. So they administer the $15 million grant program that we were discussing in the previous panel to local jurisdictions. Those funds are required, 80% of those funds are required to be distributed in the form of grants or loans. Some funds can be used for administration and additional funds for technical assistance. So in thinking about how equity programs are really implemented, a lot of those funds flow through the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development to local jurisdictions. And the local jurisdictions do a lot of the heavy lifting in really implementing equity programs, hearing directly from stakeholders, prioritizing licenses, providing technical assistance resources, et cetera, et cetera. And then there are other stakeholders like the legislature who allocates resources. There are also organizations like CTFA, which provides additional forms of relief in the form of tax benefits. So the purpose of that is to really just describe how interconnected the work that we do is, and how different agencies, different entities have different responsibilities, but it really requires us to work together collaboratively. And so I'll stop talking there and really transition to the panel so we can hear directly from some folks who are on the ground. So what I'd like to do is just start by hearing a little bit about kind of equity programs in your jurisdiction, just provide a brief overview of what's happening in San Francisco and Oakland, and I will transition to my friend Kesh.
Thanks, Eugene. So I don't always have a lot of advice, so if I'm speaking too loud, just let me know, right? Well, that's supposed to be, all right? Greg and I'll leave that as well, but a little bit about equity programs, specifically in San Francisco. We have several core principles, and one of those is that the equity program is an opportunity for government accountability. We all know the history of cannabis enforcement and drug laws in the United States, San Francisco included, there are disparities. So that is a guiding principle, is how can we create a program that is advancing the mission of taking accountability over the wrongs that have been committed, and how do we, this is the second principle, create an opportunity for business ownership, and this is the third principle, that's actually meaningful. So those are our guiding principles of the program. What that really means in practice is we try and create access, and it's access along a variety of different metrics. One is access in the form of capital. We've heard from many of our operators and applicants that money has always been tight, it's tighter even now, more so than in the past. How do we make funding? How do we create innovative solutions to provide people with the money that they need to start businesses? Anywhere in California, it's hard to start a business. In San Francisco, especially in 2018, 2019, it was even harder because procuring a lease, paying for a space, it's really expensive. So one of the things that we've done is we've thought about what might be creative ways to provide people with the funding that they need to start a business. One of the solutions that came from this, and I can't take credit for it, this has always been a team effort, and as Nikki mentioned, she was the founding member of the Office of Cannabis. But one of the things I think that was done that was really smart was, how do we have the existing industries, medical cannabis dispensaries, and anyone that's looking to open a cannabis business support the equity community as they are entering this space? And so there were incubation agreements, I'm happy to speak about that. If anyone has any specific questions, but there's a way of pairing people that are not equity with equity applicants and saying one will provide lease support or security costs in exchange for getting the priority review process. I'm getting into the weeds, but the point here is that we recognize that there are going to be financial limitations for folks. And so the first thing was, how can we bridge the gap? Incubation agreements, support from medical cannabis dispensaries, fee waivers, creating a grant program that makes equity applicants directly eligible, and then doing our very best to expedite the dollars that come in and getting them out to the folks that need them, creating expansive categories so people can apply for more reimbursable expenses. Sort of goes a lot on, but that was an area that we knew we needed to work on. The other area that's really important is priority review. If you're an equity applicant in San Francisco, your application gets reviewed before other applications. That's the first, it's built on the first to market access theory. We think it's really important, and to date, of the 66 permits that we've issued, the overwhelming majority are to equity businesses. I think there are over 40 new equity businesses in San Francisco that are operational, even now during these really challenging times. I could probably go on, but what I'll do is I'll let Jeremy pick up where I'm leaving off right now. Right?
Good morning, Greg Meyer with the City of Oakland. I think this is a good metaphor for how Oakland is overshadowed by San Francisco. I have a representative on each side of me. I feel very at home. So our program is similar to San Francisco's, but in terms of how it kind of came about, if you were to distill it, I would say the catalyst was former council member Desiree Brooks around 2016, 2017, that time period when the city of Oakland was looking to, in anticipation of the passage of Prop 64, legalize cannabis in the form of adult use in Oakland, basically copying and pasting what had been done in Colorado and Washington. And she was the first to essentially ask, well, who's going to benefit from the legalization of cannabis? And that set us off on another trajectory. And we had the benefit of a brand new department of race and equity that consisted of one person at that point in time, but my colleague Darlene Flynn, her first assignment was to work with me and the larger community on putting together a framework so that we could have a more equitable industry. And so a lot of the same, our program consisted of a lot of the similar things in San Francisco, but that was kind of our launching point. At that time, there were no other jurisdictions in Earth that had a cannabis equity program. There was no vocabulary for it. It didn't exist. We were, for better or for worse, the first out of the gate. So there were none of these state grants or state resources. So at that time, it was very much focused on like, how creative can we be in terms of addressing the head start that some folks had during that long period where medical cannabis was legal and there was a lot of ambiguity in the space, and some folks got to thrive in that environment and others not so much. And so it's kind of centered around permitting prioritization, because we knew folks needed a permit to legally operate. We knew people needed real estate, so we also had an incubation component where we tried to align the incentives of folks with more resources with those with less. So if you didn't qualify as an equity applicant, but you're willing to provide free space for 3 years to an equity applicant, you got your permit prioritized in return. We knew there was going to be a lot of red tape because of local and state regulations, so we wanted to have some sort of a technical assistance and legal assistance. And then with the new tax revenue, we thought that could be an opportunity to reinvest in the form of a revolving loan program, because you need capital in a capitalist society to succeed as a business. So that's kind of where we started from, and then our program has evolved dramatically over the last 7 years, thanks largely due to state resources becoming available, and that's been kind of the focus in recent years, and we can talk more about that over the course of the conversation.
Good morning, everyone. I don't have much to add to the initial question, but take an opportunity to thank Precision Advocacy for hosting us today, panelists, moderator, and certainly everyone that took the time out of their busy schedules to be here. Looking forward to this discussion and what comes after it as well.
I think the next question was something that Greg alluded to is really how have programs evolved over time, right? So now we're seeing programs try to support equity business owners and for a number of years. And so thinking about what was prioritized in the beginning, how we kind of got to the place that we are now, just really want to get a better sense of how your programs have evolved, and we can start with Jeremy.
Thank you, Eugene. So early on, and acknowledging folks in the room that had their fingerprints over this evolution. I see Kika Amber over there, I see Yvette up front. I was speaking in Jamaica earlier about what's going on in West Hollywood. So I'll do a bit of a brain dump and see what sticks with folks. So early on, we provided free legal assistance. That was something that folks really needed. We evolved that over time, partnered with law schools as well. To provide legal clinics to our social equity community, conflict intervention services, technical assistance, not just business development, how to run a permitted business, but security assistance and training as well, knowing that a lot of our communities are targeted for burglaries. In addition, we constantly iterate over time. So even though we've successfully expended a lot of our GoBiz grant dollars, about $14 million to 90 businesses over the last several years, we've continued to add eligible expenses based on community feedback. That includes access to accounting professionals, acquiring commercial property to minimize tension between tenants and landlord. And what we've noticed through surveys is that a disproportionate amount of our permitted operators are men equity applicants. And that begs the question, why is that? So one of the things we have coming down the pike over the next several weeks is a town hall session with women and non-binary professional leaders to discuss what is this acute impact that's preventing additional women equity applicants from entering this space.
Awesome. So again, yeah, as our program has evolved tremendously based on feedback from operators as well as the availability of state resources. So I think early on, our program was very focused on permitting, and very early on, folks made us aware that having a permit wasn't the end of the game, and not all permits were created equal. So our program was designed where each permit was treated equal, and in some cases it's far more expensive to have a cultivation facility, to put in sprinkler systems and things like that, compared to say a delivery service where you just need an empty space with a space to store some product. Thanks to the availability of state grants, we basically use those resources to try to prioritize, try to fill some of those gaps. So in 2 instances we used when the state had more funds available and we were fortunate enough to receive more funding, we helped teams of equity applicants purchase properties which have shared kitchens to help teams of manufacturers in perpetuity have access to free or low-cost space. We pivoted in terms of providing resources for security measures because unfortunately our operators have become victims of burglaries in recent years. So just helping folks either fortify their physical space or support some of the cost of on-site security. So that's been kind of the general shift, but it definitely was very focused on permitting at the beginning, and then shifted more towards capital, and then trying to be creative with the state funding resources that we have received.
Yeah, Eugene, just to add to what Jeremy was saying, I think what's important about the TA conversation is that a lot of what the Office of Cannabis in San Francisco was able to do early in terms of providing free legal services or consultancy services, it came through the way of leveraging personal relationships. So there were folks in the office that understood that they had access to networks, and that it was imperative to tap into those networks to see if we could bring lawyers to the table that might want to provide free legal assistance early on, to reach out to technical assistance providers in the community space, folks that we knew that might work well with our applicants to help usher them through a very complicated process. So the funding for formal TA didn't come till later. What came early was looking internally and saying, where do we have existing resources that might match well with the needs we're hearing from our applicants? And what Jeremy won't mention, because he's a little too humble, but a lot of that work was spearheaded by him and early members of the office, including Eugene. So we're very lucky to have had a lot of the leadership of the state come through the Office of Cannabis in San Francisco early on. One of the other ways that we've evolved, and it sometimes gets overlooked, but I think it's really important because one of the questions I was hearing, or one of the themes I was hearing earlier was, how do we make these programs work effectively? And sometimes the instinct is to think about big, grand ideas, but what we really try and do in the city is, how do we just get the things we're supposed to do right? And one of the easiest ways to do that was to look internally and say, we need more staff. When the office opened, there were 3 people receiving applications from hundreds of applicants. So one of the ideas was, well, we need to slowly start scaling up with the number of people we have in the office so we can get to a point where we can support this industry as it's growing. We started off at 3, then we grew to about 5, 6, now we're close to 10. That matters because what it has allowed us to do is in turn spend more time with our applicants. Every applicant in our system has a dedicated canvas. That wasn't something that we could say 3 years ago. It's something we can say now. And what we've learned is that having that access, making ourselves available, that's what applicants need when they're trying to bridge really complicated systems. One of the other things that we've done is because we have more staff, and through the support of grant holders, we were able to fund the position in the planning department. Our process is not just limited to our office. If you want to open a cannabis business in San Francisco, you have to go through our office, planning, Department of Building Inspection, police, fire. There's a myriad of complicated agencies that you have to navigate. And we realized early on that there were pain points in this process that made the process very slow. One was with the planning department, another with the Department of Building Inspection, and even in our own house. So we took funding that was available, staffed a position in the planning department, and that's really been helpful because now applications are moving faster. So it's sometimes just the little things, and again, we don't have the budget that supports a staff of 10. However, we've been able to look at the state and other grant sources to be able to build the office in a smart way over time. So I think that's just, we've evolved as an office by growing.
Yeah, I'll take the liberty of describing one of the ways that the DCC's work has evolved. In thinking about support to local jurisdictions, I think providing pharmacy practices, high-level reviews, and things that are going to be really important and critical, and implementation is one thing. But acknowledging that local jurisdictions have different needs at different moments in time is also very important. So one of the things that one of my colleagues is teaching me, Natasha was here with us today, is that you really have to provide information in a variety of different ways because people access it in different ways. And so thinking about not only existing resources that can be published on the website, but also starter kits that can be delivered in the form of a PowerPoint presentation, creating individual consulting sessions on specific topics, right? So we've developed memos, for example, on shared manufacturing that capture best practices from jurisdictions across the state of California that are very targeted, right? So local jurisdictions saying, I'm having an issue with this specific topic, can you help us? And how do we really marshal those resources and provide it in kind of concrete detail and kind of digestible pieces? And we were able to kind of supplement that with conversations where we were able to bring in other DCC staff, in particular from the licensing division, who could answer very specific questions that jurisdictions were posing around regulation. So it's not just kind of content that exists, but like how do you really think about ways to make it interactive in ways that best serve the needs of jurisdictions who might be busy in one moment in time because they're dealing with a political issue, and they say, hey, well, Eugene, maybe I don't want to sit down with you now, but maybe in a couple months you can come back and have an additional conversation. So I think that's one of the things as far as thinking about kind of the evolution of how you support local jurisdiction that we've been particularly attentive to is trying to be more creative in this space. So another thing that's been really interesting to kind of track as far as the evolution is kind of the lessons learned, right? And so thinking about what you knew when you were just starting and what you know now, and if you had done something differently. So just wanted to get a sense of kind of what lessons have you learned in the equity space as you've implemented programs? Get started on the case.
Lots. We've learned lots of lessons. Trying to distill the one that I think is most helpful here. One that our team talks a lot about is this notion of when the office was created, recognizing that housing and equity program within the same office that's overseeing from a regulatory standpoint the growth of the industry that has other pieces to it. So we are an office that oversees the equity program, but we also oversee the permitting of businesses that existed prior to Prop 260 or Prop 64. Businesses that are in some phase of transitioning over. What I'm getting at here is the needs of the different segments of the industry that we oversee are very different. And sometimes what that does is it puts us in a limited position to be able to advance some of the things that we know equity needs because they conflict with what the rest of the industry may be lobbying for or moving forward. So the lesson we learned is, and the advice that we give to anyone that's looking to open an equity program is consider having your regulatory arm be different than the arm that's overseeing the equity program. Because what you would like to do in an ideal world is have two segments of the house that can speak together, but aren't necessarily conflicted because what one person wants is at odds with what another individual or community needs. So to make that very concrete, there was a moratorium that was passed in San Francisco about a year ago. And it puts a limit to, it puts sort of a hard stop on San Francisco's ability to accept any new applications for retail. At a recent Cannabis Oversight Committee meeting, there were two members that were advocating a recommendation. One, to allow businesses to change their location, essentially, and use a space that's already been approved for a cannabis business, even if it's vacant. And another saying, look, there are too many cannabis businesses in San Francisco. We don't need another business coming in. These were two very different interests. And within our role at the office, we can listen, we can take the information and the recommendation and act on it. But if there was another arm of the office that was dedicated solely to what might be the interests of equity, they would be able to engage with those communities more directly, hear what they say and bring it back, and potentially create an avenue for implementation that doesn't run up against some more limitations. So happy to make that a little bit more concrete later, but the short answer is creating an arm of the office that's specifically for equity and administering the equity program, recognizing that the needs of the equity program may be very different at a point in time than the rest of the industry as you're also building.
In terms of lessons learned, I think I'll start with just big picture, which is that cannabis equity programs and all government programs do not exist in a vacuum. So Nick Kish alluded to one point how cannabis operators have to get approvals from the planning department. So if you have a dysfunctional building permitting system, or there are just challenges and capital challenges for operators, you're going to need to address that. If you have challenges processing grants, if your businesses are getting broken into, if your businesses are located downtown and the entire world shuts down because of the pandemic and everyone works from home, that's going to impact the cannabis equity program. So I think being more, ideally, just trying to be more mindful. I think we were aware of how unaware we were to some extent from the beginning, because we're like, well, nobody implements a new thing and gets it perfectly right out of the gate. But just continuing to be curious and mindful of just all the different ways that cannabis interacts with how businesses have to navigate to be legal, whether it's within permitting or outside. I think that's kind of the biggest lesson. Two little examples that I kind of forgot to mention before in terms of our program evolving. We launched, I think I mentioned, with a revolving loan program, and then over time added a grants program. And then more recently, just last December, our city council approved essentially a loan forgiveness program for equity applicants who fall behind on their loans to be able to convert their loans to a grant. I I think in general, loan programs are a lot of work. Grant programs are a lot of work too, but loan programs are even more work. So probably would have been simpler in an ideal world to just have a grant program, but at the same time, I guess it's tax-free funding for folks, and theoretically, if people are repaying, that's funding that goes back into the program. But if you have limited resources, probably let's just do a grant program.
So there's a lot under this umbrella, but what does come to mind is socialization, connecting with one another to benefit from a variety of perspectives, but also balancing these short-term pragmatic goals against long-term ambitious policy goals. So we're coming here together. I heard some comments about grant programs and how that can be strengthened, but that doesn't mitigate the suffering that folks are experiencing right now. And how can we react to that? Because there are people that have expended a tremendous amount of time, energy, pain just to get where they are right now. And solving for something a year from now, 2 years from now, is not going to help them today. So one of the things we think about, my predecessor explaining to me that policy is a blunt instrument, it's not a scalpel, but how can we get a lot of mileage out of these policy ideas? And one of the things we've introduced recently is requiring valuations under certain circumstances when the social equity partner is being bought out. So this helps to guard against a predatory practice where someone might say, hey, my business is $5 million. I need some money to keep it going, but hey, social equity partner, it's actually a $500,000 business. Here's what we can afford to buy it out. So that's one of these things in this great experiment that we're seeing. And although we only have one test case to date, we already saw that benefit the equity applicant that they wouldn't have had but for that new regulation.
So we're winding down here. I definitely want to make sure that we get the opportunity to take questions from the audience. But one of the things that I'm particularly interested in is kind of what questions are you hearing from policymakers these days? What are they interested in as they think about program implementation in your local jurisdiction? And we can start with Greg.
I feel like I don't hear from people anymore. It used to be a lot, cannabis is not as new, so I used to be contacted a lot more. And I think essentially the question was like, where do I start? Although people maybe didn't always articulate it explicitly. And I would offer, based on my experience, of kind of launching without a goal and jumping to conclusions and then taking a step back to actually have a goal and then analyze, well, how do we go about getting there as essential. It sounds really stupid and obvious, but it's crazy how often people don't have a goal and they don't know where they're going, and without having a goal, you also don't know whether or not you're being successful or not. So I think that that's just key. So when jurisdictions used to reach out, I feel like it used to happen more in years past, and at times it was overwhelming. I'm sure Colorado felt that way when they were launching. Everyone was probably joining them. But I think it's key to just have a goal, because that helps you know where you're aiming, and also lets you know whether or not you've missed the target and how to maybe adjust and reframe going forward.
So we hear a lot of questions from our applicants, operators, and then also other jurisdictions from time to time. Jimmy, do you want to just go with one back and forth? I'll take one, you take the next.
That's great. Landlord issues. My landlord wants to raise rent, but this is where I got my permit.
Why are taxes so high?
Partnership disputes.
Did you guys rehearse this ahead of time?
Jeremy and I live, breathe, and eat this stuff, so it's sort of just, it's intuitive, right? But I think part of what we're trying to convey here is we hear so much from our operators through the community meetings that we hold, or whether it's these workshops that Jeremy is trailblazing. The point is, we hear about taxes, we hear about not enough funding, we hear about needing alternative entry points into the cannabis space, not just business ownership. We hear about what's going on with events. Why are they so expensive? Why do the economics not work? We're working on some of these things to try and figure out solutions, but But at the end of the day, I think it comes down to money. I think it comes down to the time it takes to get something from an idea to across the finish line. Sometimes we hear about, why are these regulations changing with other departments? Why are your processes changing? Why is something that I submitted last year not acceptable this year? And part of it is because we are an evolving mechanism ourselves. Institutions change, their leadership changes, best practices change, and when you have one sort of change here, it has a ripple effect, and we're a part of that process. So we try and explain that as much as we can. We try and educate where we can say, look, this is a problem that's coming from in-house versus this is a problem that has a different source, and this might be the best way to deal with it. But we hear quite a bit. Jeremy, did I leave anything out that you think is important? Okay.
Yeah, I'll just add, very similar, I think, hearing from folks who are struggling with taxes for sure, people who are experiencing pain points with both state and local regulations. We hear from folks sometimes in ways in trying to navigate systems internally, like qualifying for vendor compensation or other tax benefits and information that you need. I'm moving locations, I need a new license, right? What's the holdup? So it's really specific, the questions that we usually hear from business owners. They are usually trying to solve a specific problem at a moment in time. And when you catch that person, kind of illustrates the challenge that they're having, right? So the same person who I talked to maybe 9 months ago when they were dealing with an issue related to dealing with the local health department or building a fire is very different when they are kind of focused on inventory management, right? When dealing with an employee. So because we're in such, I think, a dynamic environment, the needs are very dynamic. And so being flexible enough to be able to point people to additional resources or try to provide assistance where you can, I think is really important. But it is very eye-opening to see the complexity and how people are really experiencing challenges in the cannabis space. Go for it.
You just kind of reminded me of something. It's not uncommon that we hear from an applicant at one point in the process and they have a concern, and then 6 months later, when they're in a different part of the process, the concern has changed. So, if it was the case a year ago, why does it take so long to get permits issued? The same concern from that applicant might be now, you're issuing permits too quickly. So this just goes to your point about it being so dynamic. If we had 2019 San Francisco conditions, then I don't think we'd be hearing the same concerns as we are now. But it's pretty fluid.
I'll stop there. I want to definitely make sure that we have the opportunity to get to as many questions as possible. So let's do that. And I think there's going to be a mic that's circulating.
First, a disclaimer, I'm not in the cannabis business, so I'm coming from it from a citizen's perspective. Another disclaimer, I worked with 2 different city attorney's offices for over 40 years, so I get regulations. My questions are, number one, how did you guys deal with the law enforcement aspect of the process when their mindset for all of their careers is that this stuff was illegal, and getting them to come to the table to now regulate something that they used to arrest people for?
Maybe I'll start. Yeah, for sure. So the DCC does have an enforcement branch, right? So our compliance team primarily deals with businesses that are in the regulated space, and our enforcement team primarily deals with businesses that are in the unregulated space. And so as a part of the work that I do, have increasingly had conversations with staff about what the work entails, and especially thinking about competition for businesses that want to be in a regulated space and what the public safety reasons are for doing that work. not kind of reiterating the war on drugs, right? So thinking about what civil consequences might exist for folks who are not on the right side of the law, why it's beneficial to really create a playing field that allows people to participate. So I think it's an evolution of attitudes. The attitudes, if I'm being honest, are probably not monolithic, right? So there are people who are in different spaces about what their opinion of cannabis, people who sell cannabis, people who use cannabis, but it feels different, at least in the conversations that I'm having, and I think the opinions, at least in the conversations that I have with enforcement staff, are really rooted in some principles about why the work is important, how it protects public health and safety, and why it would not kind of continue to reiterate the things that happen in the field on drugs.
If it's helpful, I can jump in with some of Oakland's experience. So some of the things that predated kind of regulation were, when there was a ballot measure passed in 2005 that made private adult cannabis offenses the lowest law enforcement priority, and it also created a advisory commission that's now called the Cannabis Regulatory Commission. So there already, for the last 15 years or so, I think there had been a tradition where the police department had to annually present statistics on their arrests, and it was interesting because they were often, almost every year, it's rinse and repeat, where the statistics would show hundreds of arrests, but at least in the, I'm thinking 2012 to 2017 range, but the staff presenting from our police department say it's not a priority. We don't prioritize it. We don't prioritize this, even though the statistics look pretty different. And so I think with the passage of Prop 64 and that transparency, the statistics have plummeted. But I think it's historically been a very important investigatory tool from law enforcement. They can say they smelled this and that allowed them to have entry. So I would be curious to hear from their perspective what they're thinking about that. And to Eugene's point, no police, there's a range of individuals in the police department, so attitudes vary. I also think it's an ongoing process. And I'm curious about the testing changes, if there's going to be a way for law enforcement to legally consume when they're off duty, because I think that has to have an impact on their understanding. If they're not allowed to ever try something, their mentality might be stuck, in a different era. So I think that would be important to see if that could change over time. All right, but in terms of the actual their role in regulation, I think I remember a specific moment where don't you want to have somebody have a role in this? And there's some initial opposition, but eventually an understanding that they're doing work related to this, so it's best to be well informed and involved in that process. So I think that's kind of where we landed, but I think it's still an ongoing evolution.
And just really quickly, I appreciate the question. I think our relationship with the different law enforcement actors that we engage with, it's come a long way. I think in part because we've made ourselves as available as possible to help explain what this new landscape looks like in the cannabis space, to create a conduit between our operators and applicants and different law enforcement actors, bring them into the same room, whether it's in the virtual space or it's in the physical realm. It's been a work in progress. I would say that it took several years before we got to this point, but just to show that I think education, awareness, repetition, finding key contacts with the different law enforcement actors that you can relay your message to, I think it all helps. Last year there were a string of targeted burglary attempts against cannabis businesses. Many of them were successful, and because of that point, we had already established a rapport with the DA's office and SFPD. We were able to pick right off where we left off, and it was SFPD that actually suggested creating a cannabis community liaison from the police department that was formerly staffed in the burglary unit, and that person has been sort of on our team for the last year and a half, when we saw an uptick recently, it was this individual from the police department that reached out to the operators, called an emergency meeting, got ahead of the issue, and explained, look, this is what we've seen, we're taking action. So I think it's just creating space for dialogue and then not relenting, just because it doesn't work the first, second reading, third time.
My question is mostly around success. I mean, we've seen now a lot of investments in getting businesses started. What has been kind of the deterrence we've had to be in the illicit industry from a local regulation standpoint and from the DCC? And what is kind of the moniker success? And what is the turnover rate on these licenses that were initially grant funded, put into a position of success, and then the market hasn't necessarily given them an opportunity to even find sustainability? What are we doing to find that level of sustainability? We've got taxes raising again July 2025. We're not talking about what the sustainable price point is and what price parity might look like in this kind of sensitive area of what the costs are to not only run the businesses, but for consumers to purchase legally. We're in the spot now where we have to create some space for the consumer to feel like they're supporting businesses that the state is supporting, and what is the moniker for the success, and what are we doing to kind of deter, illicit behavior?
That's a good question.
I'm happy to actually start answering that, and then we can sort of go around. Good question. Success is, how we define it is probably going to be different than how the operator defines it. So I'll try and take it from our standpoint and then also from the operator's standpoint. What we look at is, are we permitting businesses that can open, that can stay in operation, and that feel as if what the regulations are that deal with them are somewhat consistent, they are being enforced consistently, and they know what to expect. Right? From that standpoint, I think the program is succeeding. We've permitted over 66 businesses. More than 40 of those are equity cannabis businesses. That means at least one person that's equity owns 40% or more, or has at least historically meant that. It means that these are businesses that have received grant dollars to date. Since we started the grant program in 2021, almost $13 million has been distributed directly. Our utilization rates are incredibly high in terms of the dollars that come in, we get them out. We work very hard to make sure those dollars go to equity operators. We try to do it in a way that's fair. So we put it up to our oversight committee and say, hey, who do you think these dollars should go to? Sometimes when the dollars are more, the recommendations are different. When they're less, they're different. So we try and create as inclusive a process as possible, but dollars getting to equity operators and applicants is really important. Them feeling that they can reach out to our office and get a response and interact with someone who actually knows the history of their business, whether it's for a change or a landlord dispute, making ourselves successful. That's another metric that we gauge whether we're doing a good job or not. Increasing permitting times, right? Making sure that people have a sense that if you start this process, they will actually finish and they know what to expect. And us being able to help fill gaps with other permits, that's another thing that we look at. I think what we look at and what operators want when they start converging is, are these businesses able to stay open? Do we have a pulse on if they are staying open? What are the financial headwinds that they're dealing with? What are areas that where we might be able to provide support? To date, most of the businesses, almost, I would say with the exception of a few of the businesses that we've permitted, they were still in operation. There may be some that are in a fluid state where they're determining whether they want to stay open or not. But the businesses that we're permitting, they were staying open. That doesn't mean though that they're succeeding. And so being able to engage with them and understand, okay, your profit margins are around here, or you're barely staying afloat, what might we do? That's where we think we can also be a part of their success, is vocalizing taxes are too high. We're targeted for burglars. What can we do to reduce that? Insurance premiums are too high. They typically don't cover the cost of repairing a gate when it's broken, for instance, right? We're trying to keep our pulse on what the issues are, and then where we can do something about local taxes, for instance. San Francisco hasn't administered its local cannabis tax ever since it was written into the code. And that was very much on the heels of operators saying, look, we're just not financially there. I think another tool that we have in our arsenal to help determine what success looks like for us and for the operators is to do a market saturation analysis. And that's something we've been asking for from various agencies within the city for quite some time, because we hear from the operators, there's too many cannabis businesses. What we want to understand is that true? Is it true now? Would it be true 5 years from now? Would it be true 10 years from now? Is it true in certain areas versus other areas? So lots of ways to answer your question. Happy to take this offline as well if there's a more targeted area that you're looking for, but I hope that provides a little bit on how we think about it.
I think market saturation based on price point is really the biggest issue we have in sustainability right now. I mean, this is my 25th year owning a licensed retail space. You know, I started in San Francisco. I run a trade organization of retailers. We represent almost 200 retailers throughout the state, and I hear the exact same problems day in and day out, that I can't compete with a hemp company down the street. I can't compete with illicit sales, and it's not just taxes, it's the cost of running a business. And what are we doing as an industry to really lower those costs? A lot of entrance points are great, and saturation is a good thing to talk about, but not even the businesses that are in unsaturated areas have lines out their doors waiting for people to come in. There's just not that kind of demand. How are we going to capture that 66% demand that is being in the state for cannabis that is not going to the regulated industry? How are we doing a better job to capture that?
Yeah, thanks for clarifying. I can speak to the enforcement piece because I think that's where I know we're trying to do something about the problem we're addressing. We work very closely with the DCC to identify and take action against actors in the unregulated space. In San Francisco, that looks a little different than the rest of California. For us, it's not so much on the retail side, it's on the illicit grows. We have a relationship with the DCC, and it's been quite productive in terms of us recognizing, okay, well, we can't get everyone. So why do we work with the DCC? They're able to go in, they're able to seize the product that we don't have the budget to do, and then we can follow up and make sure that that business stays closed. So that's one thing that we do. And we provide reports every time we have a cannabis oversight committee to the community saying, look, this was a recent enforcement action, this is what came from it. The other thing that we're also exploring is how might we leverage city resources, whether it's the DA's office or the city attorney's office, to make an example of some of the enforcement wins that we have. So we're sending the message to the community, specifically on the illicit side, that if you choose to do this, it's no longer just a cost of business that you get enforced against, you pick up your stuff and move to another location. You may have to pay fees and penalties that take you out of business in perpetuity. So that's another area that we're exploring. But the idea here is if we're staying regular on the enforcement side, we're working with other divisions and departments where we have deficits, and we're working internally to elevate the action and the good work the DCC is doing, for instance. That will over time send the message that you can't just come in, open up a shop, get enforced against, go down the street and do it again. So it takes a little bit of time, it's not satisfying, but I know that if you put it in motion, it will measure.
Thank you for that. I have a question. Did I hear you correctly when you said that social equity applicant has to own 40% of the business? They can partner with other individuals who might not be social equity applicants?
Because I've talked a lot, I'll let Jeremy answer that unless you want to.
Sure. That's right. So San Francisco, I believe, is the only jurisdiction in the state where the board of supervisors passed the social equity program to entail that the social equity applicant must own at least 40% of their business and be CEO, or at least 51% of the business. And folks can certainly go in between that 40 and 100, but you're right in how you characterize it.
Okay, so my question for that is, what do you all have in place that would mitigate the someone maybe taking advantage of a social equity applicant so that they can invest in that business and then potentially overthrow them or, push them out of the business because they own 40%? Is there anything in place for that?
Absolutely. So there's a lot of energy internal about the philosophy and policy around that form of ownership, which, to your point, does increase risk for predatory practices. What San Francisco also did when it established its laws and regulations is include proportional interest language, that what ownership interest you have, you also have a right proportionate to the ownership interest held to share in distributions, voting interests, liquidation preferences, and all of our analysts review corporate governance materials, whether it's bylaws, operating agreements, management agreements, to ensure that just because you're 40% in theory doesn't mean you get 10% of distributions. We work with the parties to elevate the social equity applicant to meet their proportionate interest. If they don't do that, they don't get permit.
And then Jeremy, can you also speak to permit amendments? Oh, there's also another piece of our legislation that governs what happens and what permissions are needed when someone wants to sell their interest or buy an interest of one of their other partners. So I'm happy to speak more about that. But if you want to change the ownership and control of your business, you have to submit that to our office. We have to take another solution. If a non-equity wants to buy out their equity partner, that has to be reviewed and approved by our office. And part of the code requires that we, as a part of our evaluation, look to the equity commitments that that non-equity partner will be making in perpetuity to complete the transaction. So there's a lot more there, but there are legal protections. We have a really smart team that understands what these codes are. We work with our city attorney's office on a weekly basis to make sure that we're administering them in a fair and consistent way. But there are legal protections that we're all very well versed in.
Wow, you guys are fantastic. Thank you for coming here and being in the panel today. Are you speaking? Sorry.
Sorry, my apologies.
Okay. So since you're such a great panel, and I have seen you guys speak together before, do you go around to like the League of Cities and give this presentation also? Or how do other cities reach your maturity in what you have compiled and put together? I have at this time 12 licenses in the Central Valley, and all different jurisdictions are nowhere near compared to the program that your cities have been able to put together and establish and run. And I just wonder if you go to like the League of Cities, or how do you distribute your knowledge among the other cities and counties that can so appreciate and benefit from your knowledge and experience?
I mean, I speak on panels like this all the time. And I think that there's also a part of the 8195 task force, which brings together people who are interested in regulating cannabis, in which we have the opportunity to kind of do a roadshow where folks can hear from jurisdictions, especially jurisdictions I think that are more mature in program implementation, who can talk about the trajectory of what it has taken to kind of get here, right here from Oakland, who was the first jurisdiction to implement an equity program. I kind of consider LA and San Francisco like versions 2.0 shortly thereafter. But I think given the time that's passed, being able to see how programs have evolved, how priorities have changed, the maturity of business operators who've been in those spaces can really help describe it. So yes, I have done this before. That this panel with folks who are up here and definitely will continue to do it in the future, both formal and informal settings. Thank you.
Gentlemen, I want to commend you because you've always, Greg, back in 2018, and taken the calls, whether I'm bringing other regulators or equity folks that have questions. You guys have created great programs. But I do want to say, Nikesh, you had mentioned the difference of what success means when Jared asked a question, because that was my question that I was going to ask. So I would like a little bit more detail to that question. You mentioned that there's 66 folks that have licenses and operating. I'm curious how many of those are social equity retailers, and what is the success rate? And I'll define what I mean by success. Because we were sold a promise on equity. Right? Every single equity person is specifically black and brown equity folks were sold a promise, whether it be from Governor Newsom or their council, whenever legislation was put forth for legalization, it was based on righting the wrongs of the war on drugs. So success can't be us receiving grants. Success can't be on us having a good contract. Success is that we're able to be self-sufficient, we're able to be invested in our communities. And so with that barometer of what the definition of success is, when I look at Posh Greens, you know, my sister whose doors are closed because of the lack of support, because of the taxes, right? I'm curious, how many social equity retailers are there still operating? And would you call any of them successful, and what are those numbers?
Yeah, thanks for the question. By that metric, I would say that we're work in progress, and that there is a way to go before the vision that you described will come to fruition, 100%. With Reese, we know her quite well, and I won't speak to her business, but Reese to me is an example of the program working. And what I mean by that is it's iterative. It requires a very resilient person to be able to keep moving through this process when funding may not be available, or when you're burglarized, or when you have a myriad of setbacks that most cannabis business operators in San Francisco and other jurisdictions have had. So what I would say is the fact that she, and I actually spoke with her recently about this, the fact that she's still here, that she's still operating her business, that she's in that space and has more control today than she did several months ago. I do not want to speak for her, so I would reach out to her. She, to me, is an example of the program working because she is resilient, she's hanging in there, she's using the resources that we have available, she's advocating for more, and when she has a setback, she's using all of those resources to be able to keep pressing forward. Does it come easy? Not at all. And does it mean it making a lot of noise and making sure that you're heard? 100%. But the fact that she's here, that she's working, that she is engaged in our systems, that means that somehow this is working. To more broadly answer your question, of the 66 permits that we've issued, over 40 of those are to equity businesses, and the majority of those 40 are for retail equity businesses, and the majority of those, and I'm happy to provide you the actual numbers, but I would say that more than 35 of those are still open. They are operational. That doesn't mean that it's easy times. I think part of the success of those businesses is also tied to San Francisco's comeback. So as tourism comes back, as workers come back, or it takes a new shape, there'll be more foot traffic. A lot of what we're hearing from operators is sales are down, but that's in reflection to larger macroeconomic factors that are sort of gripping the city right now. But the thing that Jeremy and I always sort of take solace in is when I look at the businesses that are looking to renew their permits, every year I sort of brace myself for a bigger drop-off than actually happens. This year alone, we only had 3 that didn't renew their permits. And when you renew your permit, you're paying the fee as well. So there's confidence, there's still good energy. We see people coming to the table, submitting applications, or changing locations. So I feel very good about what we're putting forward. Does that mean that we don't think it can get better? Not at all. And I appreciate your definition because I think that's the one we're striving for as well.
And I think we have time for one more question, is that right?
Okay, good, thank you. My name is Josiah Young. I'm an attorney based here in Sacramento. I have clients all throughout the industry. I actually worked in this building in a municipal law firm just upstairs that even worked with the League of Cities and some of the city municipalities in terms of implementing just a statewide regulatory framework. So my only question, and it's kind of a commentary, but it would just be, I also echo Kika's commentary that you guys are doing a commendable job. You're doing a job that's difficult. I don't think that you would be representative of the entire system or the entire infrastructure that is supporting these programs. But when it comes to the commentary about the contracts or making sure there's legal protection, I work with a lot of clients who have been abused, not legally protected. And so to that end, I just wanted to ask for a space to kind of continue to share those stories with you guys in a proactive manner with the municipalities, with the DCC in a way that actually recognizes not only the commentary that would only be naturally coming from the regulators who not only are tasked with the hard job of doing it, but who also have to stand forward in accountability. But I also think it's very important to bring forward the stories of these people. I know Reese myself as well. I don't represent her. I'm not making comments about her, but I'm sure if she was here, it'd be one more pushback to say, yeah, but it ain't a promise fulfilled. That'd be my commentary. Thank you.
and we invite the feedback as well. We know that we can only enforce what we hear about, and we know that we only hear the tip of the iceberg. So we're sort of very savvy to the fact that there's more going on behind the scenes, and if there are voices that can articulate that in a way that's not coming from the applicant or the operator themselves, sometimes they feel that if they say too much, then it might impact them in a way that they don't foresee or affects the entire permit. So the more that we're hearing that feedback, the better in position we are to think about, well, what might be legislative changes, or what might be practice changes, or who are the TA providers or attorneys that might be able to help address these problems before they really become bigger than they are. We can speak about what we think is working. That doesn't take away from the fact that we also realize that there's a lot more to do.
I think I might be in a situation where I'm standing between you and lunch. I'm not leaving, so if folks have additional questions or additional information that they'd like to provide, I'll be around. So I wanted to thank the panelists, appreciate it for sure.
Thank you so much, Eugene. Greg and Jeremy. And just to note, this is a Cal Cities event through the African American Caucus. So we wanted to make sure that we took the lead in facilitating the conversation so that we have this ongoing support and that direct communication with the agencies that work with you all to bridge the gap. So that's our goal today, is to create those accountability measures, create those goals, those action steps, so we can continue to have these dialogues and make sure that we're moving things forward. All right, thank you, guys. At this time, we are going to transition to lunch. So there's food in the back. Feel free to go ahead and get up and quickly make your plates, because our first keynote speaker will be gracing the microphone. So go ahead and help yourself. You have about 2 minutes to make your plate. Also, if you're a vegetarian, there is a vegetarian option with the falafels back there. So I hope that you all can enjoy.
I really ran into my sister in the house. Oh, wow. It's like, bro, where are you going? I'm like, no, what are you doing? It's about this way. Little camera.
All right. We have just a couple more people in the back, but we're gonna go ahead and get this party started again. So if I can have everyone's attention, please. Thank you, thank you. All right, how y'all feeling? We had some really great panel discussions, right? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That's my friend. What's your name? Jared. Thank you. All right. So now I would like to take the honor and the privilege of introducing our first keynote speaker. Her name is Kika Keith. She goes by Big Kika. She's become my friend. So Kika Keith is a nationally recognized momtrepreneur and activist with 25 years of experience building high-growth businesses and community organizations that operate at the intersection of social justice and cannabis. Kika's advocacy has proven instrumental to securing groundbreaking, widely celebrated cannabis policies and programs. Most notably, a settlement with the City of Los Angeles for an additional 100 of the city's cannabis licenses designated for entrepreneurs from communities disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. Her leadership has been recognized in a variety of local, national, and international news media, including Forbes, Esquire, the Los Angeles Times, the New York Times, CNN, BBC, MTV, HBO, People Magazine, The Guardian, and Politico. Girl, you have been around the world, aye. All right, y'all, please join me and put your hands together for Kika Key.
When I was from a foster family growing up, I had a mom who was a teenage mom when she had me. A couple years later, she was raising my sister and myself on her own. And we brought in other folks in the community. I had a foster brother. I'll never forget the true story. I walked in on him and his brother, some of his friends, that were smoking marijuana. And I was a relatively young person. And I literally panicked. And it was that indelible experience that literally shifted the trajectory of consciousness for me. Honestly, probably connects a lot of dots to why I'm sitting in front of you. But interesting that then became such a big advocate. For one reason, social justice. Yeah. Because of that experience, here's an African-American foster brother that was in and out of the criminal justice system. The perpetuation of the war on drugs. At the end of the day, cannabis legalization was about recognizing this fact that war on drugs has been an abject failure, but a war on poor people and people in drugs. It's a social justice issue. It's an economic justice issue. It's a criminal justice issue. I think the war on drugs I think the war on drugs cannot be sustained without war on marijuana. And for me, that's a social justice issue. It's a criminal justice issue. It's a racial justice issue. So I get righteous about it. It's to me an extension of the narrative of why exists and to stand up for ideals and strike out against injustice. This is certainly part of that. Striking out against injustice. African Americans are arrested 3.73 times more than Caucasians. We use the term just much times. And we actually, and they're really to get into all the language as it relates to expunging records of people in previous felonies that have the chance to go back and remove those, which is an economic development issue. We can talk about $50 million a year set aside for job training programs and development opportunities for those communities who have been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. There's a lot of social justice focus on here. That's why the ACLU is part of this process. So there's the social justice is playing out besides role in all these things.
Dear Governor Newsom, I'm here today to remind you of the promises in 2016 of marijuana legalization for social justice, to right the wrongs of the failed war on Black and brown people, starting with the implementation of social equity programs. I'm here today for accountability. In 2018, the Cannabis Equity Act, authored by Senator Steve Bradford, codified the law to acknowledge these racial disparities and laid the foundation that was supposed to give those most disproportionately affected by the war on drugs a fair chance to thrive in the largest cannabis market in the world. And just to be clear, we just listened to the governor define disproportionately impacted with the state's statistics. But let's break down how disproportionate the war on Black and brown people was in Los Angeles. African Americans represented 8% of the population, yet we made up 40% of the arrests, 7 times the rate of Caucasians. These racial disparities were clearly defined in Senator Bradford's SB 1294. Unfortunately, the reality has sharply diverged from the letter of the law and the will of the people. We don't give a damn about noble intentions. Instead of support and opportunity, social equity applicants have encountered financial barriers and systemic neglect. I'd like to take you through the journey of broken promises social equity applicants face in Los Angeles, which is indicative of every disproportionately impacted social equity operator throughout the state of California and frankly, this country. Let's trace the timeline of social equity applicant experience, which reflects a persistent pattern of injustice. From the beginning in 2018, we faced significant financial hardships. The initial support structures crucial for our success were inadequate and poorly implemented. We struggled from the very basics, from application fees, no technical assistance, no business license and compliance support, and no access to capital. We were grappling with a framework that was supposed to elevate us, but instead added to our burdens. These LA Times headlines say it all, enticed by promises that could start cannabis companies. People of color are still waiting. California promised social equity after pot legalization. Those hardest hit felt betrayed. And of course we felt betrayed. After $10 million that was initially budgeted to launch LA's social equity program was instead reallocated to police enforcement. Instead of building business plans, developing our capital, social equity applicants were faced and forced to spend our time for what was promised, prioritization and equitable opportunity to open a cannabis business. By June of 2020, 2.5 years into holding vacant commercial properties, we took our case to City Council and the mayor. We presented evidence and testified on public record of the extreme bureaucratic delays, predatory agreements, and unfair application process faced by social equity applicants.
We know for a fact, from multiple sources inside the City Council, that there were more than 30 people that had access to the cell system on September 3rd before 10 a.m. Ken, you're saying that only 2 people submitted their application before 10 a.m., which could be true, and again, it's wrong on the East South part. And that's what you're going to tell the audience.
I stand here as a member of the communities that have been disproportionately affected by the war on drugs, and I'm here to all of you commissioners. Y'all are just not sitting in these seats to hear us speak. We've come and said these same things over and over. This is not a new incident. Never once have you all made a motion or a recommendation. Heard Western report a letter that did not make a motion. We're demanding that there's action on top of that because the mistrust that is happening. There's been a breach in acknowledgement of Western technology, and there would not be a third-party audit without it. So we're demanding, we don't trust the process, we're demanding that there's community leadership at the table to review, to present evidence. Each one of us have been involved in predatory agreements, y'all know about it, you haven't done nothing about it. You haven't made the applicants an hour, not low income, they have million-dollar homes, that's unacceptable in every government organization. Having pleaded for justice for years with no help from our local jurisdiction, it was evident no one in power was willing to address our hardships caused by their hands. It was time to build our own power. We turned our frustrations into the formation of our union, the Social Equity Owners and Workers Association, resulting in a class action lawsuit against the City of Los Angeles. We were victorious. Our settlement of this legal action resulted in 100 additional social equity retail licenses signed by Mayor Garcetti. But this victory was short-lived, as we face new challenges trying to open our doors. From uncoordinated efforts of building and safety and planning in city departments, litigating predatory contracts because of lack of oversight, and still more bureaucratic delays, it was clear that the promised support mechanisms were failing us at a fundamental level. Yet, the City of Los Angeles already received millions of dollars from the State of California Equity Grant. By April of 2021, I took documentation of LA's mismanagement of grant funds directly to the governor's office seeking accountability. I met with Nicole Elliott, who was serving as the governor's senior advisor on cannabis at the time. In my presentation, I detailed the City of LA's failure to uphold the statutes set forth in the municipal code and the BCC local equity grant, which required the establishment of business assistance, education and training, fee deferrals, grants for equity applicants. Our discussions highlighted how the millions of dollars in state funding allocated to LA was delayed supporting equity applicants for over 700 days, intensifying the hardships and leading to the exclusion of those the program was designed to help. So when we hear our legislators and our regulators and our officials saying that these funds and monies were available. The question is, does it get into the people who deserve it and need it? And still nothing. We've heard over and over again about how equity does not have an appetite with legislators. Final redemption last month. August of 2024, our cries of misappropriation made it to the governor's office, that we made to the governor's office back in 2021, 3 years ago, was substantiated in a recent audit entitled Cannabis Business Licensing. Inadequate oversight and inappropriate expenditures weaken the local jurisdiction assistance grant program. It actually weakened the social equity program, period. This report shows a failure in oversight allowing misallocation of funds, the funds we fought for, the funds Senator Bradford fought for, and inadequate tracking, further complicating our transition from provisional to annual licenses. Come on, Governor Newsom, remember your commitment to social justice. Back to the timeline, I opened my doors in August of 2021, Gorilla RX Wellness, the first Black woman-owned dispensary in Los Angeles. It took 1,340 days after licensing opened in Los Angeles. Another short-lived victory. Now I opened my doors to a barrel of a gun pointed in my face in the form of exorbitant taxes and illicit stores all up and down my block on Crenshaw Boulevard. Y'all, this damn program was designed to fail. Yet again, a tale of benign neglect. 5 years since Prop 64, we joined Supernova Women and organized social equity operators across the state and converged on the Capitol to rally for equity tax reform.
We are back now with news making headlines around the state this evening. Cannabis industry leaders are demanding state lawmakers cut some taxes and some regulations for the legal market they say is on the brink of shutting down.
17's Ashley Zavala with more now on their request, and now state leaders are responding.
We are one state. Standing next to a slouching marijuana plant, cannabis growers and sellers rally for relief from the state's taxes and regulations on the industry.
State of California, we are tired of the rhetoric.
The plant's posture, a portrayal of the state of California's legal market, which industry leaders say is wilted.
The unfair taxation spells the end of the dream for so many small farms and small businesses.
Urban shop owners and rural cannabis growers urging state lawmakers and the governor to repeal the excise and cultivation taxes they say are burdensome, adding to the price of their legal products while consumers lean toward the illegal market for lower costs. They also say regulations are not fair for small shop owners in Black and brown communities, including some local requirements for those seeking a marijuana license to already have a storefront.
My pathway to licensure took over 3 years, over $400,000 in rent, while waiting on regulators and bureaucratic delays. I'm sorry, why am I still saying the same thing? And it's about to be January 2025. I'd like y'all to keep paying attention to the dates that are on here. Instead of learning and operating my newly open business, we were fighting for the fairness and prioritization we were promised. Calling for urgent reform of the cannabis taxation structure. Sure enough, social equity retailers lost the battle at the legislature again. Now check this out. Cultivators were granted 0 taxes. Keep in mind, less than 2% of licensed cultivators are African American. Yet again, the losers in this fight. Inner city communities where majority of disproportionately impacted Black and brown social equity retailers are located, we were left buried by the almost 40% of double taxation. Despite these obstacles, our resolve was not weakened. By January 2023, amidst social equity retailers' financial crisis, we took over 27 meetings with lawmakers. Thank you, Amy, and the California Urban Partnership for your support on this, because I don't know nothing about lobbying. Continually highlighting the urgent need for help, the unbearable tax burden crushing our under-resourced business, the lack of access to capital and technical support, yet we still could not find champions for equity. By March of 2023, I had given public testimony to every level of government, testifying at the Senate Oversight Committee, underscoring the systemic failures to address our needs, and again at the Senate and Assembly Committee hearings, testifying on the unreasonable tax burdens and emphasizing the state of emergency of disproportionately impacted social equity license holders. Our position was made clear, and the evidence was presented and detailed to lawmakers. And throughout 2023 and into 2024, our pleas for reform and support have been met with delays and insufficient measures. Through this journey of broken promises, social equity has had a champion who has honored his oath to represent the people. He has kept our hope alive through authoring legislation for social justice and equity, and his fearlessness to speak truth to power is why I haven't gave up the fight for justice and economic empowerment through this God-given plan.
Who talks about safety? Ms. Keys, operation, if you haven't gone, I encourage you to come to LA and visit our operation. It's amazing. And it's clean, it's safe, but go to the legal operator. They don't care. As soon as you walk in, you smell the product, you see folks using it, that just happened. And this is what it's all about. But she cannot survive, and legal operators cannot survive under this current tax structure. And we continue to want to call this a drug. Let's change the narrative. It's a plant. It's a plant that was here before any of us were here. And the only reason it was ever made illegal was to arrest people that look like me, black and brown people in the 30s. That's the only reason it was ever classified as a drug. So let's do that history part.
Thank you, Senator Bradford. You will be missed, but rest assured we will carry the torch. Now, we're at a critical juncture, and now I'm speaking from the voice of disproportionately impacted social equity retailers that are at the top of the supply chain. We are the vessel, the lifeline that feeds the industry, and quite frankly, the government is getting fat off of our hardships. The promise of the social equity program is at risk of becoming an empty one unless we see immediate and reformative changes. Immediately, we need tax amnesty and suspension of ongoing tax obligations to stabilize and preserve social equity businesses, not waiting to know 2028. What? Long-term solutions. We must establish targeted tax credits or exemptions specifically for social equity operators to ensure our sustainability and growth. We are not just fighting for survival. We are advocating for the principle of equity that was promised. We call on every legislator, every regulator, and every stakeholder involved to turn these promises into reality. Let's ensure that the legacy of social equity program is not one of failure, but a beacon of justice. And if you're interested in learning more, if you want to review the evidence and the presentations, please share, scan the QR code, and provide us your contact information. The equity community needs your help. We don't have the resources for lobbyists and attorneys. If you want to join our effort towards justice, scan the code. We're activating our social equity owners and workers legal fund and have a legal justice advisory board that we are forming and are seeking volunteers. Thank y'all for your attention, your dedication, your action. Together, let's make real change. And I want to just commend you, Marlon, and the work of the caucus and what you are doing to put this together, because this dialogue is necessary, and this is how we keep the movement going. Thank you all very much for having me.
Thank you so much, Kika. I just want to say, I want to be like you when I grow up. Having that strong soul is very important for our people, for your communities. So thank you. And I just want to thank Amy and Mary just for a moment. You guys have been amazing to work with these last few months. With all the challenges, I just want to say that you two are just extraordinary, and I'm so grateful that we partnered with your agency. At this time, I just want to welcome Amy back up to say a few words, and then we'll keep moving on with the program.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your kind words. So, hello again. It's lovely to be back up here. We're going to switch around the program just a little bit because we have Senator Bradford here. And I have to say it's a real honor for me to stand before you and have the privilege of introducing him, because he has made such a tremendous impact towards equity, inclusion, and justice in our state. Senator Bradford has been a trailblazer in advocating for the rights and opportunities of those from disadvantaged and underrepresented communities. His leadership in authoring the California Cannabis Equity Act of 2018 marked a pivotal step, not a sufficient one necessarily, but a pivotal first step towards repairing the decades of harm caused by the war on drugs. This legislation paved the way for hundreds of individuals from communities disproportionately affected by cannabis criminalization to enter the cannabis industry. But his efforts did not stop there, and I think some of the video clips you saw speak to that. He authored SB 595, further strengthening the program by establishing a fee waiver and tax program. Additionally, his SB 51 extended the provisional licensing program for social equity applicants by 7 more years, allowing operators the time and support needed to transition to permanent licenses. But beyond, and actually there was so many more achievements that we don't have time for. But beyond his legislative achievements in cannabis, Senator Bradford has been a powerful advocate for social justice, economic empowerment, and uplifting communities of color. His vision for an inclusive, fair California is one that we should all strive towards, and his work continues to inspire us, to inspire me, to push for a better, more equitable future. And if that isn't enough, here's why I personally love Senator Bradford. As a lobbyist, I have the opportunity to engage with a lot of legislators. What I can truly say about you, Senator, is that everything you've done, your entire legacy in Sacramento, you authentically demonstrate each and every day. You are kind to everyone. You treat everyone with respect, whether it's that homeless man on the corner in front of the bot bar, or a lobbyist, or a colleague. You treat everyone with dignity and respect, and to me, that is rare in this business. I have valued every opportunity to work with you and learn from you. You are the real deal, both in your personal and professional life. And while I will miss seeing you on the beach, the bench outside the swing space, I'd love to be at the beach, or in Capitol Park, or sharing tequila, I know you are still not done fulfilling your vast and rich legacy. So having said all that, it is our honor to bring you to the stage today to say a few words, and then we have another presentation for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Giving me a round of applause for all that she has done and continues to do in this space. And if there was ever a face of what a warrior looks like in this industry, it's Kiki. Give her a round of applause. I met her 4 years ago, and her courage, her tenacity, her fight, it should be emulated. I mean, not just in the space of cannabis, but just in what we do to right the wrongs here in this state and as well as this country. You have a real warrior, and I know where you get it from because I had an opportunity to meet your parents, and you're raising 2 amazing daughters who are following and seeing in your footsteps and will be great advocates as well. 3 daughters, I'm sorry. And when we talked about having the ability to hire lobbyists and hire attorneys to represent this industry, someone who's been volunteering, I would say, and dedicating a whole lot of their time to making sure this industry works, and that's Yvette McDowell. So give Yvette a round of applause. Almost everywhere I am in the state, she's there, and she's making sure that our voices are heard. And it's a shame that we find ourselves here today, still asking for equity, still asking for fairness, still asking for recognition on an industry that is dying on the vine. It truly is. And it is folks like Kika who have invested their life savings, their families invested, and they're struggling to do the right thing while, as she stated, right down the street, illegal operators are flourishing. And by all the barriers and taxes and everything that we've put on this legal industry, we've all but said yes to the legal ones. And that's what I'm trying to get many of the local elected officials to understand, many in my district who are saying no.
And I said, when you say no to legal, you're saying yes to the illegal operators. You're saying yes to all the things that you say you don't want in your community, because that's what's gonna happen. And even if you stop the illegal operators, you're losing revenue, because what are you gonna do? You're gonna order it online, have somebody, it's gonna be delivered to your city anyway, whether it's, so you should take advantage of making sure that the product that your constituents are receiving is safe. It's been inspected. That's why I did a bill about testing a number of years ago, to make sure that that which we receive is safe, it's clean, it's reliable. And as we just talked about the tax on tax, we have another bill. We were held last year in the Assembly Appropriations, but we've been able to get it through to the governor. It's on his desk right now. I would strongly encourage you to tell the governor to sign it, because it makes no sense to have a tax on cannabis. You don't have it on a grocery store, on eggs, on milk, on any other things that you buy. But here you have a product, that is saving people's lives in many ways. I mean, many people have a false notion that, all people want to do is get high. I've talked to enough veterans that this product has saved their lives. Veterans that were on prescription meds that made them suicidal, but as soon as they were introduced to cannabis, they're living a productive life. They're back working, they're back, contributing to their families. And we have this product to thank for. I've talked to little kids and with their parents who were having multiple seizures a day. Now they're lucky if they have one once a month, because this product has helped them. So we have to get past this, stereotype that it's a drug, and as was stated in one of the clips, let's quit calling it a drug. Let's call it what it is. It's a natural product. It was here before man, things work right, it'll be here after us too. So, but I'm just here, I've never done any of this stuff for self-recognition. I did it because I saw how important it was. And I remember in 2017, I had just gotten elected to the Senate, and we were having an off-site caucus meeting, and the governor was there, and Lori Ajax was there, and Lori was talking about the department and what they wanted to do and all that. And listening to her, and no knock on Lori, because she came from alcohol and tobacco. Is it ABC? Yeah, she was over ABC, and I said, okay, I understand that, you understand that, but what do you know about cannabis? And she admitted, she knew nothing about it. She didn't know the various strains and all the different effects that it had, and that's what inspired me to do 1294. Because again, here you have an industry right now that's 85% white male dominated. I mean, an industry that's only been in existence for 6 years, and how do you have that imbalance of who's participating? And so it should look like California. It should look like this nation if it's going to be successful. And we continue to say, well, you need experience, you need training. Well, these folks, before it was legal, they knew what they were doing. They knew how to control the inventory. They knew how to market their product. But now, all of a sudden, they need additional training or, oversight in order to do what they were doing illegally. Now, when it's a chance to do it legally, they're being faced with numerous roadblocks. So that's what I try to do, is eliminate the roadblocks and create opportunities for not only minorities, but women as well. I mean, women should be at the table here in this space. So my biggest fear and biggest question has been asked to me, well, who's going to pick up the mantle once I live? And you need to start talking to these legislators and let them know that this is a priority, that this is important. And, be in their offices, knocking on their doors, calling their offices, sending them emails, seeing that this is a priority. We just can't let it be swept to the side and say it's fixed, because it's not. I've done 8 pieces of legislation, 6 of which have been signed by the governor, and we still need more work. We still need more work. So I'm just hoping that all of you who've been here can rally the troops and share with your colleagues and, some of your competitors that, hey, you got to join forces now. And I want to thank League of Cities, African American Caucus, for your leadership as well, because we need to educate our local elected officials that we need them to understand the importance of that. We were able to move a city in my district, Hawthorne, to understanding, so now they have a shop that's gonna open, or did it just recently? It opened. And when the city council were asking me about it, I said, oh, see Key. I said, if you wanna see what this looks like, if you wanna see what a legal operation looks like, go visit her shop. I don't know if they ever did, but you've been an example of what it should look like. And I know in 2017 or 18 when I was doing 1294, I had never been into a dispensary. And where did I go? MedMed or I forgot which one. And I was blown away. But when I went to Caucus, it took it to a whole other level. I was like, okay. You know, it involved her family, it was colorful, it talked about culture, you know, and helping explain the plant, you know. It was more than just, hey, I'm here to sell something, you know, I'm here to educate you. And that's why I was honored to get $3 million for her training center that she's hopefully will soon open up and help train young entrepreneurs who want to do this work, want to work in this space. Because it's a lot to know in order to do it right, in order to do it legally. It's how you store the product, how you handle, cash, and for the life of me, I hope someone works on allowing you guys to bank this money. It makes absolutely no sense because every day, every month, when you pay your taxes to the state of California, you walk in with cash. And what does the state of California do? They walk it right across the street and put it in the bank. The same bank that you guys can't utilize. And it makes absolutely no sense. So the banking system will allow the state to bank their money, and you as operators should be able to do that too. And it puts you guys at greater risk for robbery, for violence, when people know this is a cash business, you know? What did John Dillinger say? Why do I rob banks? That's where the money is. Well, that's what's happening with a lot of you guys, you know. And so you guys, I mean, we have to make sure that you're able to bank this, to make this safer. So in order to get loans too, you can't get a business loan because you can't really establish credit and establish the value of your product if you don't have a financial institution that's willing to stand behind you. So those are some of the challenges. I could be here all day. I didn't come here to speak. I think Kika did a great job of telling me where we are and what we need to be and what we're still facing in order to expand what it is. But again, just leveling the playing field. When I walked down the street on K Street, what was it, Sky Cloud? That was it? It's closed. I can name dozens of places that were legally operated over the last 4 or 5 years that are no longer operating today. And that should be troubling, not just to us in this room, but to, like I said, the local economy, to our local elected officials, and for my colleagues who feel that we need to dedicate and direct more money to enforcement. That's not what the problem is. Enforcement shouldn't be getting hundreds of millions of dollars on an annual basis, and operators are asking for crumbs. And yes, I've been able to secure almost $100 million for social equity, but that's over a 5-year period. And when you talk about all the folks who need help, that's crumbs. Where in law enforcement is getting $100 million annually to storm in on a legal operator like Ms. Keith, but the legal guys down the street, they go unencumbered, uninterrupted in any kind of way. So the fight is real, and we have to stay united. And you need strong advocates that are here in this room, but we need to expand upon that, which you guys are doing, to make sure that the message is heard loud and clear. The governor needs to know it. I know I had an opportunity last year to meet with Nicole Elliott when we had the tax on the tax bill, and she told me some of the concerns that the administration had with it, but I refused to take the amendments, just like I refused to this year, because we still have to stand firm on what it is that needs to happen. And again, your video says it all, holding the governor to what he stated in 2016. Nothing has changed. If you felt that way then, you should feel that way today. This is a great opportunity for us to let the message be heard. So again, I thank all of you guys for what you're doing. It's not easy. And I would be lying if I said it was easy for you guys to do this right now, because it's a challenge to just keep your doors open and just survive. And this should be about surviving. It should be about thriving. These businesses should be thriving. And we should be embarrassed when the state of Michigan is selling more legal weed than California. Michigan is selling more legal cannabis than California. And much of the legislation that I've done has been adopted all across the country at various states as model legislation. I'm part of what's called National Black Caucus of State Legislators. They've modeled 1294. Illinois was one of the first states to say, we're going to do 1294. They modeled the tax on tax. They modeled the tax. I think I've had 3 pieces of legislation that has been adopted as model legislation by NBCSL. So it's saying, we're saying all the right things, but we're not getting it done. And those other states are implementing it in the right way that it's meaningful and it's impactful. So, they often say it's California's first, but first means absolutely nothing if you're not getting it right. You know what I'm saying? So we're always so concerned about being first, but I'd rather get it right, and we're not getting it right. So I stand here committed. I will be out of the Senate in December, but I'm going to stand here and tell you I'm going to be committed to lending my voice and whatever I can do to make sure that we continue to advocate for legalization and doing it right and helping this industry thrive and survive. So thank you.
No, you guys are not going there. 1 second, Senator Bradford. Essex, come up here with me. So at this time, we want to show our appreciation and honor you and recognize you with a couple things. So I'll do it first on behalf of the African American Caucus and Precision Advocacy. Thank you. So we want to just honor you and thank you so much for your work in social equity. The African American Caucus really wants to make sure that we be a strong partner in this race for equity and make sure that we're a strong voice. And then also the Black elected officials of the East Bay is now expanding to cover all of California. And with that, we, under new leadership with Supervisor Wanda Williams from Solano County, I've asked for our Vice President of Communications to come up and share with you a resolution on behalf of the Black elected officials.
Hello, everybody. My name is Essence Cook. I'm Assistant City Commissioner, but I'm also Vice President of Black elected officials. Here at BEO, Black elected officials of CA, we want to present this resolution for all the hard work and dedication that you've done. Can't say enough words, even me being honored to present this to you. I feel very special. So here, on behalf of the Black elected officials of California, thank you.
So do you want to say anything else? Amy, come up here. I want to take a picture with you.
I I just want to say thank you. I'm humbled. Again, I don't do this for awards. I do this because it's the right thing to do. And I'm going to continue to do that. And I just want to thank you guys for being the real warriors, the real Jedis, the Jedi warriors for justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. That's what you guys stand for. So thank you.
Okay, let's take just a minute to transition to our next panel. So if you need to get some water, go to the restroom, please do that. We'll be right back in 1 minute.
Everybody saying the same thing. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Don't wait till I'm sleeping.
No, it's chilly. I'm like, my hands are in my pockets. I think they got the sun down here, so.
This
I might come back out here to this one randomly off. I told you about randomly. I'll probably see if I come back. Oh, we're on live on here.
All right. How y'all feeling? Everybody feeling good? Let's take a deep breath. We are coming into the last panel, and I'm just so filled with gratefulness right now. I'm just gonna say that again, because the information and the conversations today have just been so filled with wealth and knowledge. So, all right. Let's get our final panel up. This panel consists of some heavy hitters in the social equity space. These are the individuals who are living and breathing this work on a daily basis. Leading our panel, and we are joined by Ms. Yvette McDowell. Ms. Yvette is a municipal attorney and former assistant city prosecutor. She has worked in the cannabis industry with a focus on social justice and equity since 2017. We will also be joined by Kika Key, who you all had the pleasure of hearing from over lunch, Star Simmons, who is the founder of the Sickle Cell Foundation of Orange County and an advocate for social equity entrepreneurs in the cannabis space, Josiah Young, who is an attorney that is admitted to practice in both California and New York and represents local cannabis companies. And last but not least, we have Amber Center. Amber is the founder and CEO of Maker House, a distribution and infused cannabis products company. And she is also the co-founder and executive director of Supernova Women, an organization which is dedicated to empowering people of color to become self-sufficient cannabis industry shareholders. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and hand it off to Ms. Yvette.
Good afternoon, everyone. That was great. But you guys still sleepy from lunch or what? Okay, this is the last panel, so let's make this a good send-off as we go. You know, as I sat here this morning listening to the panelists up here, I really do love what our regulators had to say. They said some good stuff. But we have so much work to do, so much work to do. And I'm going to start this off with something that Gavin Newsom said, that I heard him the other day. He had been at the DNC, if you folks watched that. But he said, the future happens in California first. And when I think about the cannabis industry and this comment that he made, I certainly hope not. Because if the future starts in California first, we've had a real dismal showing of what the cannabis industry should be like. And I don't want to see that be the example of what we put out here. We have to do better. We must do better. That is the only way this industry is going to survive. And in particular, social equity. The only way it's going to survive. So on that, I'm going to jump into some questions with the panel here. And starting off, Amber, I'm going to start off with you. What are the biggest threats to the industry that you see right now, from where you sit? Okay. Biggest threats to the industry. You know, I'm looking long term here. And folks are really worried about the MSOs, and I'm more worried about the altruists of the world, you know? So being that California and the Proposition 215 days was made up of a lot of craft producers and retailers, and looking at how much we've had to scale up, really even just in dealing with Proposition 64. And we've got, you know, mid-sized, small to mid-sized, bigger businesses that we're currently competing with. These aren't even large companies that are just waiting for legalization federally to happen. So, you know, I worry about how these micro producers that are currently struggling, what's that look like for them? What's the future look like for them? You know, and seeing that how everybody currently in California, all the supply chain and the operators are treated the same, you know, it just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense as far as everybody being regulated the same. So I'm really hoping that California becomes a lot more nuanced and agile in the way it treats the operators, you know, in a way of fairness. Essentially, that's what the equity program is supposed to be, right? Fairness as far as righting the wrongs done by the war on drugs and how we treat drug war impacted folks. And if we're not seeing that already, what's it going to look like in the future, 10 years down the road? Josiah, I'm going to ask you the same question. What do you see as the biggest threat to the industry as an attorney in the space representing clients that are in the cannabis industry?
You know, I honestly think as an attorney that I'm not best suited to talk about what the actual industry challenges are, because all I see are the problems, right? I see good things happen as well, but it's for the frontline warriors, the operators like Amber, like Kika, you know, like Star, what she does, and even her role from an advocacy standpoint. Because I could go on a laundry list of a lot of challenges, and I think each of them could be detrimental. I guess to force myself to give an answer, what I think is the biggest challenge is a lack of accountability for the way that these programs are being implemented. lack of regulatory accountability, a lack of fairness as it goes on. So I think that, as an African American, as somebody with some level of consciousness, some level of understanding of the history of what's been here, I don't think this is a big surprise. I don't know if anyone would see it as something that's different than the status quo for the way that minorities have been treated in terms of business or economics or politics in this country. But I also don't want to be here just to talk about the problems. I want to focus on solutions, and I think having champions like Senator Bradford here who are pushing for legislation and putting things on the table and having conversations that are giving lip service to the idea that, okay, maybe we're going to do something right here. I think that the biggest challenge is if we don't do what's right. And I think that we're seeing that what's right hasn't been done yet, as given by the presentation by Ms. Key. So I think the biggest challenge is going to be apathy amongst the community and apathy amongst the regulators to say, well, we tried, we did something good, and next.
Thank you. And Star, you're in a little bit of a different situation in the industry. So from where you sit, what do you see as some of the biggest challenges for the future of this industry? And keep in mind, as you guys are listening out there, we're talking about the future of California. What is that going to look like?
For me, as an advocate, I'm looking at it from several standpoints. For one, being the president and founder of a nonprofit that deals with chronic care patients with sickle cell disease, and also being a parent of two of those people that I represent also, is accessibility. When we look at the pharmaceutical industry, they're constantly pushing pharmaceutical drugs. But I myself firsthand experienced a few years ago dealing with the fact that those same pharmaceutical drugs code blue my son 3 times. And so he was on a medication for 18 years, which is pretty much every sickle cell patient I deal with from birth, there is a medication protocol. But the reality is, we have access to natural and holistic drugs like medical cannabis. But do we really get the access that we're promised? We don't have the accessibility that they say we have. So my challenges with this whole entire medical marijuana industry is that people are making money off of our faces and utilizing us to be able to get what they need. But those who are suffering are not having access to the things that they need. And so when will that stop? When will the, forgive me for saying, the prostitution of our health stop being held hostage so that you can get what you want to get? I hope that answered your question.
That's your answer. Okay. That's great. And Ms. Key, this is one of the reasons why you're a part of the business here, is because we see the challenges that are needed. But the same question to you, the biggest threat to the industry as we move forward in the future. What do you see that being?
I would say the biggest threat is greed. That's what we're seeing with the commercialization of this plant that God gave us. And when it turned into how many dollars can be collected. We saw it early days, which is why I knew that I had to start collecting evidence early on in 2017 when I started hearing about golden tickets. When it was a first come, first served process, but I heard that there were certain politicians that had already allocated licenses. When I saw the dismantling of the intention of the social equity program because there were lobbyists behind the scenes, changing the policies month by month. So then I tear that up to the second piece is our elected officials. Because when you can be bought, then you look at the problem that we have now. I listened to Nicole Elliott speak of the fact that there is no appetite for equity. We tried this, Senator Bradford did 1294, but it didn't go do this because nobody had an appetite. I sat down with Senator Bradford, he tells me to find some more champions. I go knocking on doors and there's not one champion that steps up. And so I got to say, and to me, it starts from the head, which is why I started with Governor Newsom on here, because they have to be reminded. You can't speak these words, and then you can't put it in law, and then just not do nothing about it. So to me, the biggest threat are those that we voted in, and then I'll go with Josiah, and I don't like just talking about problems. So then the biggest solution to that has to be the organization of the people. And as my sister is saying here, it has to be bigger than the license holders, it has to be the community members that not only just consume, but need it for it, and need the accessibility, but also want to see the things in our community thrive from the reinvestment that we do in our communities. When we don't need the tax dollars, those tax dollars aren't going to disproportionately impact the programs, I'm sorry. That 60-20-20, they're not going into our communities. That 20% of those enforcement are not going to knock down the trap shops. If they put up the map on there, and you see all the illicit stores are not in Beverly Hills and West Hollywood, they're in South Central Los Angeles. So to me, it is cyclical, but I can say the solution is y'all, all of us, because there should be way more people in this room today. And so I say that we can't get tired, because that's what they anticipate. That is the history of how these industries start. They know they have the money to wear us out. So don't let them wear us out, y'all.
Thank you for that. You know, I've had the privilege of lobbying in DC 4 times. And as I walk past the United States Supreme Court building, and I look up and I read equal justice under law, I have to ask myself, what does that really mean in these United States of America? But in particular, what does that mean in the world of cannabis? And so now I just say equal justice under cannabis law. This is what I work for, equal justice under cannabis law, so that the industry can look like the room that we have here. Black, brown, white, Asian, whomever it is that wants to get in the industry, this is what it must look like in order for it to survive. We're not going to do it if it doesn't look like this, believe me, it won't. And as a former prosecutor, I started in 1995 prosecuting cannabis cases under Prop 215. Didn't even know what Prop 215 was, but I had to educate myself on that. And I thought it was one of the most ridiculous things I'd ever heard. People trying to use this plant for medicine. And we're prosecuting people. The unintended consequences, y'all, this is what has hurt people most. And so now we fast forward to social equity, and I'm seeing much of the same thing happen, where people are being hurt, destroyed. So in that vein, as a social equity applicant, Amber, what are your biggest challenges?
Now, I'm not a social equity applicant, I'll clarify that. I'm an advocate and a small business owner, a veteran of the United States Coast Guard, all these things, right? Queer Black woman, not a social equity applicant. I think the programs would be a lot better suited if the foundation that they were built on, being the cannabis industry, fostered small business in a way that it should. It's not going to work out when you build a program on a shaky foundation. Of course it's not. The execution is not going to be what we envisioned. So the industry itself needs an overhaul. It needs to actually foster and create an environment where small businesses can thrive. And, for instance, Greg was up here a few panels ago, Greg Meyer, the regulator for the city of Oakland, and he mentioned the initial rollout of licenses and legalization and what that looked like in Oakland. And the biggest thing that he mentioned that nobody caught was the incubation program that didn't work out, that Oakland didn't move forward with. But that essentially eliminated all small business in the city of Oakland. And it required folks that were not equity to incubate equity folks, which obviously we want to make sure that equity folks make it, but no small business could incubate anybody. They could barely take care of themselves. So when that happened, all small business in Oakland was done. And we saw things like that happen across the state. All small businesses wiped out. Now, how can social equity operators survive when none of their counterparts are around? When I'm sourcing my cannabis, I don't go to Glass House and say I want to buy 10 pounds. I go to small cannabis farms. I go to small businesses. When I'm working with a manufacturer distributor, it's nothing but small businesses working together. Equity, craft producers, all small. So we need to make sure that we have a small cannabis community that survives.
And Josiah, you represent a lot of equity owners. You work with investors as well, I'm quite sure. So the biggest challenges that you see from your position, what do you interpret that to be?
Sure. Well, I'll just cursorily echo what Amber says. I think the entire regulatory environment is a challenge. Even if you just look at the federal prohibition, or as Senator Bradford commented about the banking issues, those are exacerbating the difficulty of creating this program anyway, right? So I would do that almost to be politically correct and fairness to those people who are establishing the program. I don't think it's an easy undertaking to get that right. But it's also, I didn't say it, the auditor said it, it's not right? So that does have to be fixed, and that has to be addressed as something to be accountable for. Then moving on beyond the regulatory environment that makes it difficult for all operators, and focusing on what I think the challenge is, especially for social equity applicants, it's an issue that's pervasive in all of business in America, and it's undercapitalization. So I think the idea that a minority business or a business with less capital than the competitors, probably less technical insight. We heard Keika say we don't have access to all the lawyers and the lobbyists and the unlimited resources that can bolster your position and make you a more viable business. That's where the problem is. So then when I'm representing investors who are coming in, one of the things that anyone who's in the deal will understand is that the money's gonna talk, right? So if the money's gonna come to the table, it's gonna create an environment where, while working within the confines of the regulations or skirt the confines a lot of times, they're going to find a deal that satisfies the money and then has these social equity applicants basically linked to the table, completely under-leveraged, completely under-resourced. So I think as we have this nationwide conversation about reparations, this nationwide conversation about economic harms and stuff in our country, I think it's important to connect the dots on those two. When I talk about social equity, I always examine it from, first of all, two standpoints. Equity meaning what do you mean, like equity in the business, like ownership? That's a big part of it. Equity also means fairness, right? You can make an equitable argument before the court. Is this fair in its own first sense? And so to that end, I don't think the fairness box is really being checked. If you look at the harms, and then if you look at the way that the drug war is going, if you look at the way that the African American community has been under-resourced forever, right? Like that, one of Martin Luther King's last thing was about, a strike that was going to create economic harm for the municipality. So I think that we have to find a way to bring money to the table that can actually support these businesses, understanding that this is America, it's a capitalist economy, it's a free market economy. So if I'm not good at my job, I don't expect me to be successful at it, right? But I also understand that if you're going to, when I say if the government is going to vocally say, we're here to bring equity, we're here to support and prop up this industry and these particular people, they have to do that. And that's going to include creating more access to resource and capital, which is going to wash anybody under if they don't have that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Star, you work with equity applicants?
I do.
Are you equity applicant yourself?
No, I'm not, but I do work with many that have put lots of sweat, tears, money, and never got anything in return. When you look at people taking liens out on their homes to build a business, to help build their community, putting money in the lottery, name never getting chosen, never get the money back. Where does that money go? You know, not getting the education that you need, which is what you're saying. Why doesn't the state bring in consultants to come in and assist these entrepreneurs? You know, and then coming in and bringing all of these regulations, but at the same time, where is the accountability when it comes to those regulations? And so I, on the professional side of it, outside of the nonprofit side of it, I'm dealing with people who have lost money and are wondering, where is my money? How can I get that money back? You're telling me to wait. I went and I, got a business, got a building, did everything you told me to do, but I'm still waiting. Put my name in a lottery. I still have not been chosen. I've been paying hundreds and thousands of dollars for the past 3 years for rent, but still nothing in return. It's really sad, and I'm just glad to say that I'm here with people like yourselves that are willing to fight, because so many people have given up.
Which is unfortunate. And I'm hearing a common theme here. Besides accountability, the resources that are lacking, the promises that have been made and not kept. But most importantly, what I'm hearing is we need a reset. We need a reset. And we need a reset from the regulatory framework in order to bring this back into the fold. And Kika, based on that, a regulatory reset, what does that look like from where you sit?
That looks like shifting where the tax dollars go to. That looks like having the prioritization of those tax dollars go to a cannabis equity fund that grants access to the capital, that grants the technical assistance. I think that's the starting point. That grants the funds that go reinvest back into the communities that were disproportionately affected by the war on drugs. It goes back to the enforcement in those communities specifically to get rid of the trap shops in the community. I think that's the starting point. And I hear it all the time when we were making our rounds. They're like, oh, although they did it with the cultivation tax, they figured out how to exempt cultivators, but you can't do it for the retailers, you gotta go to the ballot. In order to go to the ballot, you have to have $1 million in order to get these signatures, right? And so, to me, that is the only solve at this point. I put all those videos and I did the timelines, and I'm saying the same thing I was saying back in 2018 to make the point that there has to be a stronger action that's taken at this point. There has to be legal action that's taken at this point, because there are true financial hardships. I can tell you how many people are in millions of social equity applicants that are disproportionately affected by the war on drugs, and they had to be low income to participate in the program. Their investor left them with $1 million in debt. I can name them over and over and over again who lost everything because of bureaucratic delays, because you were experimenting. What? No, there has to be recompense, right? And so I think there are several dots that have to be happening at the same time. The voters got to come back and say, this is not what we meant when we voted for Proposition 64. Switch it up, there's no social justice and social equity happening. Let's prioritize that. And then I think in the same vein, there gotta be some legal action. That's the only reason why the city of LA, they didn't just give us, they knew they had an audit. They had an audit that said that 200 people got in early, and the response from the mayor initially was, we'll get it right the next time. We were holding properties for 2.5 years. Come on, get it right the next time. The only reason why they responded is because we filed a lawsuit. And so I say that it is important that we start getting into some action, because we're looking at, they said 2028, 8 out of the 10 Black retail operators that I know, because of their tax debt currently, they won't make it to the end of the year. And so I think it's important that we understand, when I said a state of emergency 3 years ago, what does that mean we're in currently, because ain't nothing changed. You know, that it is time for us to take these higher actions. Did I answer the question?
I think the audience responded to you just fine. So that brings a question. You know, sometimes I go off script a little bit, because that's just what I do, go off script. And what the answers have prompted, we have all of these regulators out here that are working in each jurisdiction. So from your experience, what has it been like working with the regulators from the respective jurisdiction? And have the regulators been responsive to the needs that you're bringing to them? And if they haven't been responsive, why? Yeah, no, that's a loaded question.
Yeah, I'll go for it. No, they have not been responsive. Interesting, going back to this ballot measure and the legislation, they always say they have to go by what's in the law, right? I remember sitting down with Kat numerous times, and she just felt like her hands were tied, because the city council didn't put certain things in the regulations or in the law, so that she could only do certain things. Now, I don't know if these are excuses, because then when I go to the assembly, or if I go to Nicole and she says, well, you need to get the senators to do it. If I go to the senators, they say, you need to go to Nicole to do it. You know what I'm saying? If I go to the governor, he's gonna say, go back down to the city and have them do it. And so, I don't know if it's intentional. I don't know if it's intentional. But I do know that everything that they do is too late. I do know that much. And I can agree that we're learning this as we go. But I do know they never bring in industry experts. What? So to me, that lends itself to intentionality. I remember back in the day how many UCB and all these groups, they were trying to do a private public fund for social equity. They passed it back down. There were so many opportunities for industry to get involved, to guide how this industry goes. And every single time we have these working groups, they never take the recommendations of the working groups. They make these laws and regulations on their own with no industry operators. Advocates are great, but there are no operators. So you can't tell me that you've designed this to succeed if you don't have the people who were running this industry come in and tell you how to make it be right. And so, I'll end it there.
Yeah, you know, I'm in Oakland, so it's a bit different. We're a lot smaller than LA, so I feel like we got a little bit more leverage. And, you know, the example that I was just talking about with Greg and the incubation, once they saw that was not working, they stopped that and pivoted to something else, a property purchase program. Right now, Oakland has dedicated $4 million and purchased 2 properties on behalf of social equity operators, which is a much better program than the incubation program was before. So I'd say that the city of Oakland does a pretty good job of hosting meetings with the equity operators, getting the feedback, and then making the appropriate changes that are necessary to help operates. But Oakland is a small place, you know, because we're operating within the confines of the state. And, you know, as Kika knows, like, the structure in which we're working in the state is all kinds of jacked up, right? So, you know, the city might be a bit more easier to navigate. Then you go across the bridge to San Francisco, it's a bureaucratic nightmare, you know? And then, of course, operating in the state is this whole other beast. So, you know, there's so many different levels in which we got to deal with. And now we got the federal level looming. And yeah, just very tough, too many levels.
You want to add to that, Josiah?
Sure. So I guess to the question of what is it like in approaching the regulators? I think it's a mixed bag. You know, I think Amber was alluding to that, but because of the nature of the statewide regulatory program where there's local control, you're going to get a different conversation in every municipality that you go to. And despite best intentions, efforts to stick to what the state says, I think lack of clarity there creates even further room for lack of clarity at the municipal and local level. So I will say one more piece that I've experienced, and maybe that's just the nature of my approach to it, but I've engaged with municipalities about cannabis programs for social equity applicants and other applicants on various levels, on the administrative level, right? You're applying for licenses and appeals when it wasn't right, and changing the land use, all of it, right? It's a mixed bag of all the stuff that you have to go through, but I've gone through that on the administrative level. We've been successful and we're able to storm past that. Yeah, we're gonna get the doors open, and then, like you said, hundreds and thousands of days later, still no good. I've also had challenges, and we've challenged some of these laws and regulators at the Superior Court level, right? And what I've experienced is adversarial pushback. You know what I mean? A little bit of defensiveness, which I don't mind that. I guess you would defend it to a certain degree, but sometimes when we bring these challenges, besides the public forums where it's kind of like a dog and pony show, in my opinion, but besides those public kind of talk about it events, if you go to them and be like, hey, here's the problem, it's kind of like, well, that's not the fault, we gotta work within this. So you gotta kind of stick to the letter of the law, and that'll probably get a fight back.
I would say,
Or as Orange County is concerned, because that's where I'm at, we're still waiting. I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars, 4 years later, still waiting on that lottery name to be pulled. So I hope that's the answer to your question.
That's the answer that you have. And I see Amy over there shaking her head and laughing because she knows. You know, once Senator Bradford leaves, our strongest advocate for equity is gone from that legislative body to do what needs to be done. And so the question becomes for us, who do we have? Who do we have that is going to pick up the mantle from him? The torch needs to be passed from him to someone. Who will that someone be? And at this point in time, nobody that we know of who was going to take that mantle and run with it to the degree that he did. So it all circles back around to us. And the question becomes, what do we do to make change? Remember, Governor Newsom said the future happens in California first. So what does that future look like that
We must create in order for this industry to look like it should. Because we're gonna have to do it, and it's gonna rely on everybody here in this room, plus those that are outside the room, and do what needs to be done.
And that's a question that must be answered.
Because the one thing I'll ask you is, why are you here? Why are you here today sitting in those seats? You've got to answer that question. I can't answer it for you. You have to answer it. And are you willing to put in the energy and effort it's going to take to fight this thing? So we can have that equal justice under cannabis law happen. And in that vein, Amber, I'll ask you, what do we need to do first in order to get this train rolling for this future that happens in California first? What do we need to do from where you sit?
That's a great question. Let me rub my genie lamp real quick. You know, I recently, just 2 weeks ago, hosted the Cannabis Regulators of Color Coalition in Oakland. And we took them around. We had a day of programming, panel discussions. And the second day, took them around a bunch of tours, different dispensaries, academic dispensaries. And I asked them, you know, they're from all around the country, but Black and brown regulators. And I asked them, you know, the regulations are so burdensome and so rigorous. And because of the environment that we've created, no one's thriving, especially social equity operators, right? So clearly, we have to do something, we have to come up with a strategy. And I said, well, what's the strategy at step one? What we need to do to loosen some of the regulations for small business operators. So it has to happen. We all know that cannabis is overregulated, right? It's a talking point for everyone. We know this. What's step one? It was the deer in headlights, look. You know? So we have to start having some real conversations and stop talking in circles and saying the same stuff we've been saying since 2018, that these regulations are too burdensome. We know that. So what are we gonna do? And, you know, I look to other industries and see what they're doing. We see craft beer, they were in the same position as us for a long time. The beer industry, where everybody was being regulated like Anheuser-Busch. How did they do it? Well, they created a lane for craft beer. They created tiered regulations. They created a tiered tax structure. Why can't we do that? We can do the same thing. So I say, we start approaching these regulators with our demands that are sensible and in practice in other industries. And we actually brought this to the city of Oakland back in 2019 and said the same thing. And they came up with it. Well, we all worked together to come up with a tiered tax system that Oakland adopted for the cannabis industry. So now social equity operators that gross less than $500,000 pay a 0.12% tax instead of 10, which is what it used to be. But Oakland saw that as such a success that they applied it to businesses outside of the cannabis industry. So the examples are there. We just need to make sure that we're holding our legislators accountable in making this a place where equity businesses can actually thrive.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, so I think it starts with this room. And we had a orientation for this panel. And on that meeting, we said, okay, well, we want to present some demands. We want to have that conversation. So I think it's about taking action for the things that we care about, for the things, for the people in this room, following the leadership of Senator Bradford and being bold and using our voice to speak about it. And then I also think it's important to leverage the the capital of this group, not the money, but the network, the people, right? There's a woman sitting in the back here, Zion, that's a friend of mine, someone who's in the space here in Sacramento, someone who has successful businesses and other things, but has stories about her treatment in the cannabis industry. Zion's coming to me for months after telling me do something about it. Every day she called me saying do something about it, right? I have, we sat here with Kika. Kika's our fearless leader right here. She put up the presentation. She said what we're speaking to. She said what we need to be done, right? Senator Bradford is the man who wrote the bill, right? He's sitting right in here in this room right now. And then one more final piece that I'll say, I have experience as a lobbyist, I'm a practicing attorney, all those things, but when we said we need to do something about it, it may be legal action. I said, good thing we can sign the papers, so that's not kind of a statement of what will happen, but it's a statement of what we have to leverage. We have to leverage this group, we have to leverage these talents, these voices, these stories, and just make ourselves be known.
Absolutely. Sir? With all of that said, I guess the most important thing to do is to follow through.
Absolutely.
Oh man, I don't know if they said all my things. Those are the pieces. I'm convinced we're gonna have to go to ballot. And that's gonna take a lot of organization if we don't have a lot of capital, as Josiah just said. But I think that has to be the effort now. Because I'm a serial entrepreneur, and there is no sound business reason why I still have my doors open. I'm only doing it out of principle. Well, I got 3 children, I'm a single mother. I don't even know if that makes sense. But I do know our brothers and sisters who have lost their lives. I do know of my ancestors that fought to be a part of industries that I couldn't sit back and feel right if I didn't take on this fight. And so I think it is important that we take this to a bigger audience. We can't just keep talking to cannabis people about these systematic changes that need to happen. Right? There's this big conversation about reparations. Josiah mentioned it earlier. There's big conversations about social justice. We got to be in these bigger rooms. It won't work with just our voices because the legislators have no appetite. When we looked at that map and we saw more places that it was prohibited than legal, those are the votes, y'all. They don't care about what we're saying. They control the vote. And so we have to recognize how to play this correctly, how to utilize the media, how to take our voices out of the cannabis media and get it to the bigger platforms, right? How to make this be a human interest story, because it is, because of the broken promises. And unlike all the other industries, it was not legislation about economic development. That's the difference. And so we have to hold on to that and act like we are the people in power, because we are. We control the votes. And I think it's time that we start changing how we're looking at how we're getting this done. And I think that's a starting point. They said everything else.
Yeah. Didn't Michelle Obama just say, do something? Do something? That means each and every one of us, we have to do something in a coordinated manner with a strategy to move forward. That is the only way we're going to get something done, is to do it in that manner. So do something is the word that I'm going to lead. And turn it over to you for Q&A.
If there's any questions,
Are
I'll
we
take a
at
microphone.
that phase?
Yeah, sorry, I have maybe a bit too loud, sorry. So I have questions. So what I look at is I'm a part of the social equity, been fighting for the past 5 years, which is very unreasonable. So I see $42 billion tax revenue from the cannabis businesses. So isn't it a common sense we make the governor accountable when 40% of our Black people in prison because of cannabis? Wouldn't it make sense to ask for that 40% of the money they collect from taxpayers from that $42 billion come back into our Black community that they destroyed deliberately. So we need to make the governor accountable, the city manager accountable, and the city supervisors accountable. Right now, they're acting as if we don't even exist. They're using our equity money, which is the cannabis equity money, should be for Black people, in fact. All of the taxpayers' money, until they the policy says 40%, we need to be at least 40% licensed, Black people, Black and brown. So until then, where is the fund? They don't want to give us the fund, because when they give us the fund, now they can't experiment on us. Right now, I feel like I'm in that experiment. We have to stop that. They've been doing that to us for generations. They put this stuff out there, they experiment on all of us, and once they get it right, they remove us and take over the businesses. So we right now, all of us, we have to make the governor accountable. He needs to give a certain percentage of it from that tax collected money. That's what I would say. I know I don't know how to write that policy, but that should be a policy included.
Thank you.
You know, sitting here listening to you, all of people talk today, who are in the industry, one thing came to mind to me is that what all of y'all been talking about ain't equity, it's equality. And there's a big difference. You know, I come from a disability background, and as an ADA coordinator, we would say, you don't treat disabled people equally. In other words, if you got a family and there's 3 kids and one of them is disabled and you buy them all a bike, you've treated them all equally. But this disabled kid can't go out and ride. So them just favoring us by giving you guys a license first, they're treating you equal. Equity would be to give you a license, a deferral on the fees, help you find a place to start your business. That's equity, you know. And I just say one more thing. I hate to be a cynic, but I will. For years, I said, when people would ask me about marijuana, I said that the minute the government found a way to tax it, it would become legal. And what happened? And they're taxing y'all out of business. And pretty soon, the only people that are going to be making money in this business are going to be looking like these tablecloths.
Ow. But all I say is that one, ow.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rashida. I have a delivery service here called Buddha. I had the pleasure of being at Caucus opening, and it was so beautiful to see you. And I just wanted to say that living here in Arizona, I'm sorry, because I also am social equity Arizona. I actually moved from there back here where I was pretty much born and raised to take advantage of the social equity opportunity that it had to me. And through this process, it's been a lot of moving of the finish lines. It's been a lot of undercutting. It's been a lot of creating programs that only really try to dangle a carrot maybe in our faces while hiding the prize behind our backs. And then in the process, we're fighting and gouging each other's eyes out for this one particular carrot. And there's an idea of there's some support because they want to throw a financial price tag on it through different grants or whatever. But what they're not finding is that a lot of these organizations are as well very predatory to us as social equity members. They are not there to help. They're there to seek ways to infiltrate into like our licensed space. And so there definitely just has to be a lot of things that have to be addressed on the equity space. I appreciate you, sir, for providing a clear definition of equality and equity, because that's what we are dealing with here. You can give us all the bike, but there is definitely needs to be a conversation in space that we have to be able to learn how to ride that bike. And we also have to not have our city officials feel as though holding our hands is a problem with that. Because generationally, we didn't have the opportunity to do so. So it's very offending when holding our hands seems to be a problem to be able to create some type of equity and some type of balance in this industry. I mentioned Arizona because in living there and watching their program get started, and Kika ended up being one of the guest speakers in the first Cannabis Equity there. And I said, girl, what you doing all the way out here talking for the Arizona equity people? But one thing that I know that you can attest to is how that ended up being a whole bleep show. With my child, it ended up being where they were buying licenses and it was nothing but attorneys taking over. There is not probably one person in the social equity space that actually has ownership of an actual dispensary there. They were all completely purchased and bought through larger MSOs. And so this is a problem. One thing I can say about the difference there that California is sleeping on is they completely as well have ignored the medical space of cannabis. Everything has gone recreational, so the push for that and the taxes and it is just astronomical, but you're making it unaffordable for those that use it for medicinal reasons. And that is absolutely horrible. We already went through a bill that is all getting pushed in these states, starting with medical, and then to make it unaffordable for them to be able to attain to be able to continue to use it for the medicinal purposes should be.
All right, thank you. Eugene, you still here?
Yeah.
You're a regulator, and not putting you on the spot. That is all about love. Okay. From where you sit and hearing the conversations, what would you change in terms of the advocacy that is needed to move this needle to create a different future for the cannabis industry?
Yeah, I'm certainly not in a position to recommend advocacy strategies to folks, but what I would say is, I think being able to communicate broadly to policymakers, which is what Kika said, right? To figure out what issues might connect enough people together to move forward the things that are important to the values that are being talked about here, right? There has to be, I think, the cultivation of people who care about these issues, and I think it's really challenging when it's one or two people. And sometimes it takes developing relationships, which can take time, right? There's a lot of turnover at the local level in government, there's a lot of turnover at the state level. And so being willing to develop those relationships, talk to people about the challenges that they're facing, and sometimes that might not happen in 2 or 3 months, but really takes time to share. And so people hear directly from your experiences, I think is something that It's not always a sexy answer, but I think it's a grind for sure.
And thank you for that, and it just begs the question for me, do those people really give a damn?
I'm sorry. Can I have a question?
Give that microphone. Give that microphone. Do they really care?
I have a meeting, you think, but come on now. Because Garrett is here all the time. He is here all the time. I don't know. I don't know how he does it and run his businesses. I'm trying to figure out that secret sauce. Because I'd be here all the time if I could do both. But it's still all the laws that he's called me up to help fight with him on. We still haven't had a legislator on. So I don't know, it has to be bigger than the relationships. And then if we can't be here all the time, then how do we get the relationships? That has been the biggest battle. And there is a disproportionality about what legislation has changed. Because we can't be here all the time. So then how do we get those policies changed? And so, Eugene, I'd like to know, is there something else?
I mean, I thought we were saying something similar, Kika, before when we were talking about building relationships, but maybe I heard it correctly. No simple answers, right? Like there's nothing, unfortunately, I think I'm going to be able to provide in the next couple of seconds that here's the silver bullet, right? Certainly the folks on the panel have had the experience of doing this work for a long time and saying how complicated it is. So I want to be honest about that. And, thinking about what the appropriate ways to do that are. I mean, I think it's continuing to be in conversation with each other, just in the same way that, visiting spaces and continuing to have these conversations, which I know is frustrating and takes a lot of energy and effort. I talk to business owners who say, Eugene, I'm focused on running my business, right? Or doing inventory management, or like dealing with building a fire, or like figuring out how I'm gonna pay my taxes, or like hiring the right employees. I don't have time to kind of do X, Y, and Z, right? Like I focus on survival. And so those kind of conversations, I think, are very sobering and are a testament to how tough the work is. But we'll continue to be here, and I keep us laughing at me. We'll continue to work with you to kind of get this thing finished.
Jared?
Senator Bradford.
Man, we got a silver bullet, it's price. I'm sorry, but like margins are not there. You can make a mistake if you got margins. That's why this industry thrived for so long under 215, there was profit margins available. And that's a start. The other start is let's take the hand out of the cookie jar of all the people who have political capital to say no to every time we say we need change. 2/3 vote does not require, that requires one labor union to say, I don't think I like that, and we get shit on. And that's all we get. I mean, let's be clear. We've run tax reduction bills every year since the start of this. They don't make it past 1 or 2 committees because someone who's got their hand in the cookie jar saying, I don't want less of my taxes that you promised me. I don't want less. I don't care what you have. I don't want less. And that's the problem we have right now. We don't have enough political capital in this industry, and we've spent it all in the first couple of years. There were 40 lobbyists walking around in 18, 19. Now there's 6. I mean, you're looking at one of the most hard-working ones right here. When there's only 6 of you, you're right. There's only one person coming to your office saying, we have a problem. But when you speak for a whole industry, you gotta listen to that one person, because we can't all be here. And this is part of the problem we keep running into is, when is it gonna be affordable to be in this industry? It was unaffordable getting here, now it's not affordable being here. And I love that the regulators are here trying to help, but they're not listening to the experts in the room. We're saying we have problems. We're not just trying to take advantage of everyone. No one's trying to no one wants to be the MedMens anymore. We know that that billion-dollar unicorn is gone. Now we just want to provide for our families, have less risk. I don't want to be an accountant, a lawyer, an HR person, a management. I don't have to be, you know how many hats you gotta wear? No hat fits on this mohawk. So I can't wear any more. There's too many. And you're expecting people to jump in and take every role on themselves or pay someone to do it. The cost of compliance is astronomical and no one can afford to do it. That's why the hemp industry went from 200 million to 2 billion in 4 years. Why? No regulations, no taxes, no oversight, and they're going after the exact same customers the cannabis industry has been going after our entire careers. How did that happen? That kind of exponential growth is available to our cannabis industry when we strip away some of those hardships and those barriers.
Thank you for that, Jared. It makes absolute sense.
Jared, you're right, I was talking to another regulator and I challenged them and I said, to me, sitting where I'm at right now, the real economic opportunity and first mover advantage was hemp for social equity operators. That was actually the real economic opportunity that we've now, again, missed out.
Senator.
I was just commenting on what I said earlier, what led me to 1294, and it was my first meeting with Lori Ajax and her agency, and their lack of experience or expertise in this issue. And I think therein lies the problem. You have folks regulating the industry that they know nothing about. And why not look to folks like yourselves to be in those positions, those folks who did 20 years for selling cannabis when it was illegal, put them inside the administration, put them over the oversight, because they know what it's like to make this survive. And I think, again, we continue to put people in places that we know nothing about. And I said, we as legislators as well, legislate on stuff that we know nothing about, have no real life experience. We see thousands of bills every year, like we're about to go back into a special session about gasoline prices. I have 4 refineries in my district, but it's folks who are going to tell you how you operate a refinery, but have never been to a refinery. Same we're going to find here. People telling you what you need to do to be successful, but they've never done this. And I think we need to place people in these positions who have done the work, who have been on the ground, whether legal or illegal, to help regulate and stand this up. And I think that's our problem.
We have a couple of questions right here. So the question I have is there is, Mr. Bradford, one time he told me there is around over 2,000 policy and legislation passes through the governor's office to sign so he can give everybody money. But we as Black people, we're not even asking nothing, no policy. They didn't even pass the reparation bill, how bad it is. So, I mean, we have to demand. We have to demand from the taxpayers' money, what is the percentage of the money comes into, even in general, come to our Black community that I'm African, still I believe my African ancestors paid for it for 400 years. That taxpayers' money first should come to the community who's been here for 400 years. Everybody comes from everywhere else, take advantage of the budget, but we have to beg, even for the work that we do, that they should be in fact happy to give us. Agriculture is a subsidy. Like when you are in agriculture, they give you, once you are a farmer, they give you for the land, they give you for your employee, they give you for training, for housing. They should do the same thing for cannabis, equity, social equity like us. So for the policy, I don't know how hard it is that we cannot ask, we never ask nothing. Everybody asks every year here and gets some fund from that $300 billion. What do we get? not even 0.01% of it. So, I mean, for me, I'm just puzzled how we have to struggle to ask the fund direct from the governor's office, whatever percentage they have to give it to us so we can get into the businesses so we can help our community. Because they have not helped our community. We've been around them for 400 years, they never helped us. But we still pay taxes into in the budget. All Black people pay tax, but nothing comes back to us. And I mean, we are in the 22nd century. So I think even struggling to what policy we need the fund back to our community. That is our ancestors' money. That's what I would say. Not only just for cannabis, for every small businesses Black people have, we need to have some equity, because right now only 3% of us be Black people in business in California, whereas 65% white people in business. That is what the wealth gap is. That is equity right there. That's equity. So until at least 40% of us Black people in business, they should give us equity. That's what I believe.
Thank you.
I just wanted to interject on a little bit of what you were saying, sir, because, and I think this gentleman's name was Jared, the amount of hands and hats that has to be worn to be able to function as an operator is as well something that I feel like we would take a lot more time in other spaces and be there and be, if we could stop for just a moment to be able to focus on those things. I think that with the fact that the tax is so high and all of the amount of compliance and busy work that is involved, it takes us away from those things. And it's kind of not hard to feel like some of that is on purpose because it makes it so that we are just constantly just working to pay the tax. We're working to pay the tax. And then we're at the mercy of retail, our customers, because we don't want to let them down. And we have all of these other things that we want to be able to do. But I just slightly disagree there. That was the jump for me. I remember Kika's story of how long she had to sit in her building to just even get the attention of her community and what was going on there, and how many times that finish line just continued to get pushed back. It is not because we're not trying to work. It is not because we are not there. It is not because we are not doing our due diligence to be compliant, to be all these things. Obviously, we have a greater, bigger purpose in us when we speak that we're here in this prohibition time doing something that only our ancestors ever dreamed of. So it's not that we're not ready to pull up our sleeves and do the work that needs to be done, but if there continues to be situated these taxes and things that are placed in our way to keep us busy and active here and not able to be able to work on the things there. This is where we are, and say we keep bringing this up. Hey, change taxes, and it all just continues to be a conversation and continue to be pushed onto another calendar date.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, I want to say thank you to Amy, Marla, Mary, for bringing this to the forefront, putting this on, because this is desperately needed, as important. Yes, we need more participation from people to come in who are being impacted, but until we can get there, we have to start where we are. And that is with the people in this room who want to see change. We have to be the change that we want to see. We have to do it. And the stragglers will come, they usually do. But we have got to start this. We've got to start it. The future that we want to see moving forward in this industry, if it doesn't happen with the people here in this room right now, as we're talking, then what do we have to look forward to?
as business continue to fail, investors continue to take over? No, this is not what the promise was supposed to be. The state made a promise. When you hear all of this, that disproportionately impacted folks, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Black folks are number one, Latino folks are number two, and we're gonna help you in the industry. I have heard this from the beginning. And I can tell you now, as a prosecutor, I used to see so many Black and brown boys and girls come into court with these cannabis cases. I've seen them used as pawns, as informants on a regular basis. If you would dismiss this case, this kid is working for me as an informant. All about a cannabis citation. So since 1995, I have dealt with this in a courtroom to see who's most impacted. And they are absolutely right. It is Black and brown people who have been most impacted. But the least likely to enter this space and be successful. And again, the only way we are going to do it is make some demands. And I don't mean in just talking. Demands have to be made at the ballot box. Demands have to be made to people in person. Yes, building relationships is important as well. We've got to have strong lobbyists to move forward and help us do the things that we don't know how to do. I'm not a lobbyist. That lady sitting over there, I always say this to her, she is one of the best lobbyists that I have met in this industry. I've had the opportunity to shadow her, to watch her do what she does, and she's damn good at what she does. I will tell you that now. This is who we need on our team to help us move forward and do some of the things that we need to do. Yeah, she's a white lady. Okay, y'all can see, she's a white lady, okay? But you know what? She's a white lady who's passionate about what she does. And she cares about social equity. I can say that honestly because I've been around her, 6 years, now 7 years? Yeah, around that long, watching her do what she does. And I know she's sincere about it. So this is what it's gonna take, y'all. This is what it's gonna take. We gotta stop just talking, and we gotta be about it. We gotta be about it. Our ancestors have shown us what it takes to get there. So it's not like we don't have a blueprint. We do have one. We gotta get lazy people up off their asses. Okay? This is what we gotta do. Get lazy people up off their asses and do something. Instead of waiting on us to do it for them to benefit from it. Be my senator there. That's my senator. And I appreciate him. And he knows, I can't mince my words, y'all. This is too important. Too important. I don't have to be doing this stuff. I do it because I believe in equity. I believe in equal justice under law. I've seen too many people railroaded in the legal system. And when you see that over a course of a decade plus, it is sickening. It's sickening to watch it happen. And I just vowed that I would fight with social equity and do what needs to be done. And that is my pledge as I move forward to continue. That's my why. It's because I'm sick and tired of seeing it. I'm tired. So I ask you, what is your why? What is your why? And be serious about it when you answer that question for you. You don't have to answer it for me. Answer it for you. What is your why? So let's get busy, y'all. We're gonna reconvene and we're going to put some strategy together. So look out if your names are on a list or whatever the case may be, and you get an email, do not be ghosting us. I would rather for you just to say, I don't want to do it. Have the courage to stand up and say, no, I don't have the bandwidth. I I can respect you for that. But if you're going to do something, commit to it and do it. Be about it. That's why we're here. We are about it. So on that note, Marla, I will hand it back to you and let you close us out.
All right, y'all give it up for Missy, Amber, Josiah, Star, and Keitha. This was an incredible session, and moving forward, this session needs to go first. Thank y'all for being with us, even through the tech issues. At this time, I just want to call up one of our board members for the Cal Cities African American Caucus, Bruce Sobley. And as he makes his way up, I'm gonna ask each and every one of you to look at the screens. You can follow us on social media. You can become a member. It's for elected officials and city staff. We're working on a membership base for community organizers and other community participants. So you can sign up for our newsletter and I'll add you to our list. And for those of you who would like to become a member or to sponsor, make a donation, you can do that just by scanning the middle QR code. All right, so I'm gonna hand the mic off to Bruce. Give me 1 second.
Before I do the closing remarks, I just want to say thank you to everybody. But especially I want to give Marla a big round of applause. You know, on top of being the executive director of the African American Caucus of Cal Cities, she's now the executive director of the Black elected officials. She's running for school board in her city, and she's a mother of 3 kids. So to say that she's got her plate full is an understatement. The African American Caucus's mission is to represent the interests of African American city officials and the greater African American community within the Cal Cities, the National Black Caucus of local elected officials, and related state and national organizations. This mission will be achieved by identification of issues of concern to the African American community and vocalization of those issues through sponsorship of educational seminars such as this. Viable legislative advocacy and heightened participation and involvement in the Cal Cities initiatives. On the slides, there are 2 QR codes, one that you can follow us on social media, and the other so that you can sign up to become a member. If you would like to sponsor or make a donation to the Caucus, use the middle QR code so that you can go ahead and make that contribution towards a membership or sponsorship. Thank you all for coming.